scars. Can you tell me what we are?
So let's see if we can create a nice vocal drum and bass track in Logic from scratch. It's going to start with a nice fresh project, and I usually start with drums, and since we're doing everything in Logic, we're just going to be using the samples available to us inside Logic as well. So brand new session, first instrument in, we are going to actually add an audio track. I don't need an input or anything like that. We're going to use the loop library, so let's hit create. So loops will live over in the top right hand corner just up here. You can press O to bring up the loop library, and I'm not really going to filter this out by genre at the minute, but I am going to filter it out by instrument because I'm after some drum sounds. So I'm going to have a little browse through, find a few different drum sounds. What I'm going to do each time I find the sound, I'm just going to drag it into Logic and I'll just leave a stack in here. I've usually just heard one sound or maybe a couple of sounds in the loop that I'm after, and we'll look to cut them up and build our drums from those. Okay, so I've got a few that I like. What I'm going to do now is jump up in my BPM up here, just with a double click. I'm going to go to 174, and that feels like it's going to be about the right BPM for the sort of idea I've got in my head. Now, with the drums, I'm just going to solo each one out, and I'm going to cut them down to the sound that I wanted. When you've got a sample selected like this, you can press U. It's going to loop around it for you. So if I just stick everything at the start, as they're all only sort of 2 bars long, so what I liked in here was the snare sound. So using the Smart tool in Logic, I can just go to the end here and drag this to the start of where I want it. And that was definitely the sound I was after. So I'm just going to narrow that down. Now we've cut this out of something else. So I'm going to go up to the top right-hand corners and just introduce some tiny little fades here. Shouldn't really affect the sound. It should just help isolate it, make sure there's no pops where we've cut something else out. And I'm probably going to tighten that right up so it's nice and short. And I'm just going to go into the next loop and find what we like in there. I think it was the kick on here. It was that crash. I like that crash right at the start, even if it's got other sounds in there. We'll probably extend that ourselves using a delay or a reverb, but I just wanted some kind of significant smashy crash noise. What we got in here? Cool, so there's 2 sounds in here I'll probably use. I like the kick and I like the really quick snappy snare. So to make another audio track, we hit Command and D. That's going to duplicate it for us. I'm going to duplicate the piece of audio. I'm going to drag this one back, so I'm taking that kick drum. We're just going to use a little fade there, and then we'll do this one forward to take that snappy little snare. And I'm just going to zoom in here to get it nice and close. And I'm going to go T and I to change to the scissors tool. Just cut it that way. Double tap T and get rid of the rest there. And a little fade there. And on this one as well, I like the snare and the kick. Now, I might not use all of these, but we're just getting ourselves a little toolkit to start off using here. So now I've got this random selection of hits just over this one bar here. Okay, we need to organize them out somewhat. So I'm just going to rename them based on what I've taken from each one. So we're going to call it live snare, big crash. I'm now just going to group everything together just by clicking on them and dragging them up to where I want them to be, or down wherever I need them to be. So the snares are probably going to land on the 2 and the 4, something to that effect. And I think we'll use the sharp snare as sort of the fundamental in it. And for the minute, I'm just going to mute the crash just so I can get the main drum loop going. Probably going to use that kick again as well, around here instead. We're going to need to line these up if we're going to have them layered. And this big lively one, we're going to shorten it right up now so it's super tight. Give it a right big fade like that. And I quite like having these both layered together actually. bring the crash to the bottom. So that's our main sort of rhythm cut out and organized there, I think. So if we would just extend it with simple copy, so we're going to highlight everything, hold Option, and just drag it along. We've got our smart snap on just up here. So it's going to snap everything to a nice space for us. Now we can have the crash right off the offset. Now this crash is really loud. I'm going to use the inspector here just by tapping I, and in the gain section I'm going to drop it by about 9 dB. Sits a bit more in the background. I just want it to happen right on the start here, so we've just got this now. Bit broken apart, it's a bit steppy, but it's kind of cool. We're going to roll with it. Now we need something to help it swing and move along, and I think for now we're going to use the drummer. I'm thinking a nice chilled ride type sound. So we just hit the plus icon, make ourselves a new track. We're going to use drummer. I'm going to switch it over to probably songwriter and see what we can get from there. And I'm going to turn all these drums off at the bottom and just switch the cymbals on, solo it out. And that's pretty much what I'm after. Maybe something a little louder. I see we could start slow and we could speed it up later, which would be nice. So let's cut it at the 4 bar. We don't want that roll in there, so we're going to take the fill out. We're just going to let that go like that. Let's see what the shaker's like in there as well. Okay, so one little thing I'm going to do is use the lively kick here just to make like a little roll at the end. So we're just going to make a quick loop here just so we can listen over. Something like this perhaps. Let's see how that works. That's a bit too much. Let's just have the 1. Yeah, I like that. Now, the crash seems a little bit weird because it just kind of fades away suddenly, right? Into this nothingness. We're going to give it its own reverb. We're going to give it a reverb send. Now, when we made the drummer, it's actually made us a reverb send already that's not being used. So we might as well make the most of that. We'll send the big crash over to it. Okay, so we've set it to bus 1. Just to get it to maximum output there, we just hold Option and click. It will send it straight to 0. Useful for us. And it's got a space designer on there. So let's have a look at what the space designer is doing. So it's giving us a really short drum booth. We want this to kind of extend and fill out a little bit in the track. So we're going to grab something a bit longer and put that in there. And we're just going to use a preset, to be honest. We'll go big drums, see how that goes. And wet at -10 will probably be okay. Cool, so we're getting a lot of low end on there, that is for sure. So we've got a filter envelope in here, and we're going to bring that right up at the start, and maybe a bit longer like this. Cool, and on the output EQ, I'm going to take a lot of the low end away, just using the low pass here, and I'm even going to shelve it down a little bit as well. Cool, and on the crash itself, there's still a bunch of low end that affects that first kick. Probably be able to see it in the analyzer here. So loading up that EQ, just clicking over here to load up an EQ on the channel. And we've got our analyzer switched on, so I'm expecting to see loads down here that we just don't need. Yeah. So all of this here, we just don't need. We're going to take it away. Let's just solo out the crash to listen. That's more what we're after. Our kick drum's going to fill that space at the same hit anyway, right? Okay, and while we're here, we've built our nice steppy break. We're going to keep everything nice and organized as we go through here. So we're going to color everything, and we're going to set a bus up as well. So over on the mixer, I'm going to take every single channel up to the stereo and all the way through the snares, select them by holding shift. I'm going to go to stereo out and I'm going to send them to a bus, and I will send them to bus 10. That just leaves me other ones to play with before. It will give me aux 2 here. We are going to call it drums, and now all our drums will go to that bus. Pretty much all of these samples are quite loud. I'm going to select the whole lot. I'm going to go to gain and I'm going to drop them all by -6 dB because altogether they're clipping. Remember, we already dropped the crash by 9 dB, so that's 3 dB further. We're actually going to take the crash down to -12 now. And we're making sure we're leaving ourselves some headroom, and our bus is going to be not too affected as well. All right, so that's part one. We've built our first part of the break, and let's carry on into the next section. Okay, so we left off the last part with our drum break, which was this. And we built a bus for it, and that's as far as we really got. We've named everything, but we do want to get it all colored as well. So something I'm going to do here is highlight all of my snares. To bring the color palette up, we press Option C, and I'm going to color everything within the same sort of range. So I'll do it like within the orange usually, or maybe the yellow for drums. I'm going to go orange for this lot. So snares are going to be that. The kick drums, we're going to highlight all of those in a slightly different orange. The tops, we're going to stick to probably the yellow. So we'll bring that in there as well, and that just gets those colored nicely. Now our track colors in our mixer are completely different, so something to do here is just hold shift on here, select all of these. If we go into functions, we are going to color track by region color, and now our mixer will match as well. So we've got a nice little 4-bar drum loop going. We're just going to copy that, make it an 8-bar. That's going to start to build up our sort of intro. I think we're going to have like maybe 8 bars of drums, look to maybe fade them out, bring a melody in. We'll build this up as we go and decide what we're going to do. I'm only going to bring in one significant little change with the cymbals. I'm going to click on the drummer on the second section, double click to bring up this. I'm going to just change that cymbal rhythm just like that. So we've got this. And I'm going to get rid of that second crash as well and just let it be a full little 8-bar break. So I think we need a little something to start maybe building up the track idea. And I'm thinking an arpeggio maybe that we can use later. So what we're going to use for that, I think, is we'll use Sculptor. So if we add a new track in, I'm going to go into Software Instrument. We'll go to the Sculptor Modeling Sync. And we'll just take the stereo version. Definitely not working in 5.1 for this. Bring that in. What we'll do, let's have a look at what we've got in pads. Find a sound we like. Cool, so I kind of like this sound. It's not exactly what I was sort of vibing with, but just going to play a couple of notes of F sharp and we're going to tweak it a little bit. So I'm just going to record that in. Now the first note came up really, really quiet. So what we can do to fix that without re-recording, open up the piano roll by double clicking. Once we've got the piano roll selected, we can press T and V and we can just bring that velocity up a little bit. Now I started about 1 bar in. I'm actually going to bring it back so it starts right on the beat. Now, Sculptor's a pretty in-depth synth. You could get lost in it for hours. There are some fundamental things we can do with it though. Like we can link it up to key scale and things like we can put key scale on here, for example. And in the middle here is like the material, right? So you kind of got nylon, wood, glass, how intense it's being hit. That's going to be your big sound changer. Over here on the left, you've got the different pickups and kind of how it's going to determine what sound it makes from this central section. This little section just here, you've got a pretty standard ADSR, although you've got a mid split on the ADSR, so it gives a range that it can start amongst. I'm going to just make it a slightly longer start up. Actually, scrap. Yeah, we want a slower start up. I want a longer decay time. And we're going to feed it back a bit more. That's just going to be a little tone set in the background. And instead of tweaking it all in here, I am just going to be very lazy, put an EQ on the bottom here because there's a bunch of low end we don't need again. Like that. Okay, let's try and get something a little bit more musical in. Let's have an instance of Alchemy and let's see if we can find sort of a bell sound to go with this. Okay, I kind of like this crystal bell sound. Okay, I'm just going to play a melody in a few times until I can find something that I like and vibe with. And then we'll look at working that in the piano roll and getting it into being something that I quite like that we can use. What I'll do is I'll just make a loop and I'll just keep recording until I find something I like. So we've recorded this in the piano roll. There's a few ideas in here. My timing was off in places, but it kind of works. What I'm going to use is just make sure I double tap T because I'm still on velocity control. And I'm going to hit Command A here in the piano roll. And I'm going to use the strength control to quantize. And when I start adjusting it, it will snap everything. My timing was okay in some places. I don't want to make it ruthlessly on point. So I'm going to bring it to about 80. And I'm just going to have a listen through and just maybe take some of the best moments in here. So that end section here, I kind of like. If we just drag this back, I think it was from about here. We started like that. Now everything happens a little bit quickly, so what I'm going to do is bring this back to here, bring this one back to here. Let's see how that rolls instead. This note can happen a bit later. Perhaps we could lead off with the F sharp. Bring this one forward again. Bring this here. Bring this to about here. We can actually have that pause there quite happily. And I think here we can actually move our very odd sounding sculptor patch off. So it's going to play in these paused sections here. Now this bell tone, while it's kind of nice, it is pretty harsh for me. So I'm going to bring it down a fair bit on the filter. Now there's an automation control on the filter, so we can dial it back this way. Same with the resonance. Now, when this pad, the sculpture sound, isn't occurring now, I'm actually going to get rid of it in these sections here. Just have it on those blanks. It's got that kind of weird tone to it, but I kind of like what it gives. Okay, we're going to make this whole thing a 16-bar intro now. I'm just going to copy the whole lot out. What I'm going to look to do here is just automate this bell tone so it builds up in the track. And the way we're going to do it, we're going to automate this control here. And pretty simple to do. Easiest way to find these things is to switch automation on by tapping A, and we're going to change the volume and we're going to change the automation type just a touch. I'm going to hit play and just move the control. I'm going to have to set the cutoff. Now, because we're already on touch here, we can see we've already now got a parameter. We can switch this off of touch. We get this little drop down arrow here. We'll be able to see our cut-off filter. Now, with our tools at the top here, I'm going to change the marquee tool into the pencil tool, and I'll now be able to draw the automation in that I'm after. And we'll just have something really linear just to test it out. Drag it down even further. So that's still too harsh for me. I'm going to bring it right down to about 1K. I'm going to hit T and W and put a little bit of a curve in. Just listen back to that quickly. All right, so we've started to build up an intro here. One thing I'm going to do now is just build a very quick noise sweep, just so we can move out of the drums. We're going to have a nice long build up, going to introduce some chords and things like that in the third section. But let's do our noise sweep first while we're here. So let's hit plus. I'm going to use Alchemy for my noise sweeps. I pretty much always do. First thing I'm going to do is close it away like that. Use the pencil tool. I'm going to introduce a long note like this. I'm going to have it highlighted. Press U so it loops around it. And we want to add one long note. Tend to just do it off of C that covers the length of that whole 4-bar section there, like that. So we'll just have this really weird scenario. Cool, so it's wildly off key. Now we're going to load up Alchemy so we can see it. We go to File, Initialize Preset. It should just be a saw wave now. Where it says A over here, just under global, we're going to click on that. We're going to disable the saw wave and we're going to go over to noise over here, switch that on. We're going to have white noise enabled. Low cut, we're going to bring up to about 140 to 200 hertz, depending on what we've got. I think in this case, it's about 200-ish. We now need to switch the oscillator back on and we'll just have this horrible white noise burst. Okay, so there's a couple of things we're going to control. We're going to do the same trick with automation. We're going to change read over here just to touch. I'm going to move cutoff, resonance, and drive. And we'll switch that back over to read. And now when we go to automation on here, we're going to have 3 controls available to us. Using these 3 controls, we can usually build a pretty nice noise sweep. Now the filter cutoff, I'm going to use that to control any level coming through. We probably don't want it to start creeping in until here-ish. But if we want to have it a bit earlier, we've got the note there to control it. And we know because we put the filter in that it's not going to start really coming in until about 200 hertz. So we can just gradually creep that up like that. Now I use a little bit of drive quite often just at the end, just to push it a little bit further. And the resonance can work quite nicely if we bump it up like this, bring it back out and go right up and bring it down really quickly. So we're just kind of riding it. It's not always going to work, depends what kind of sweep we want to build, but we'll test this out. Cool, so it's a bit extreme on the resonance there, so we'll just curve that off a touch. And we're going to flatten that out a bit more and then really creep it up just here. Have it so it starts coming in a little bit sooner. Fab. And we don't want it just to drop dead as well. So we're going to bring Alchemy back up and we'll go to effects. We just switch effects on and we'll just use the delay built into Alchemy. We don't want it to be too intense. So sort of like 30 or 40 on here. Definitely have it synced up. The rate 1/4 is okay. 1/8 maybe, depending on what we are going to go into. But we'll leave it on 1/8 for now. And we'll just let the loop go slightly over. Have a little something like that. So I think that wraps us up for section 2. So let's move on to section 3 and we'll look to start building some chords and really setting the musical tone to go into the main track. All right, so we built up our first like 16-bar section that's now going to drop into a bit of an instrumental breakdown and set the chords and tone for the track. I just wanted like a nice little rolling melody just to start everything off so, you know, it can translate from one track to another. So this is what we built so far. Right, and one thing I'm definitely going to add, I'm going to take this crash here, because I don't like it there, drag it right up to the end here, zoom in, get it so it's just on the end here, and in my inspector, I'm going to drop down more, and I'm going to reverse it, and it should just give us an extra little fade in. Like that. I'm going to drop the level a touch more, even just going to leave it on the same channel. We'll drop it by -18 dB. Cool, and I'm going to keep the rhythm going in here, I think. So I'm going to take the first section here of drums and just with a double click, leave the cymbals on here, but I'm going to bring it right down to simple and light. It should really reduce down what we're doing. Take the shaker out. So we're just going to keep going with the rhythm, right? Yeah, I think that could work. If I can make it slower, I might make it slower. So what we're going to do, we're going to right click, convert drummer region to MIDI. What we can do here is if my little hack works, so now I've converted that to a MIDI region, I want to halve it in time. If I hold down Option, I can time stretch it, double it like that, and it will now be in half the time. How's that for a little hack for you? So what I want to do here is introduce some chords. It's going to be piano. And if I've still got my piano patch, we are going to roll with that, I think. So we're going to make a new instrument track, but we're going to leave it empty channel strip. And up here in settings, I've hopefully got one that says my piano. If I remember rightly, this is Logic Piano, and it has got the C4 on it, but we'll get rid of that, and then it is entirely Logic. Beautiful. Now I was thinking of playing out some keys and chords on here. However, some of you might not have any musical theory, and that seems a bit mean. So I want to show you a way that we can build like chords and melodies without maybe having any like musical theory ideas. Just something we can do in Logic, just with the old point and click methods. Now, beforehand, I was writing in F sharp minor, so we're going to stick to that. And what we can do in here, we've got the scale quantized. We're going to make use of that and kind of build some chords up that way. So as long as you know your notes and where we can launch off from, you'd be okay to follow along with this kind of method, right? Whenever you've got a note selected, it does show up in here as well. So like you can see as I run through, it highlights them. So F sharp, for example, right here. So if we put a note in, like so, how can we work out chords? So one thing we can do, we can make this start a little bit early in here, right? And we can just fill up a whole octave. Like so. We're going to highlight all of those notes. In the scale quantize, we are going to go F sharp, natural minor. All right, that gives us our scale. This little guy up here, going to right click. We are now only using that scale right there. Because it's looped like this, it's not going to play those notes. So I can work things out like this. I could do a chord like that. How's that for a little hack for you? So let's work out a nice chord progression. And what we'll do is we'll just copy this across a few ranges to play around with. And we'll reduce it down. Anything we put in here is going to work for us. So we could do something like this. Now, as a general rule, if you miss out every other note, you're always going to get a chord that works at least. Okay, so I kind of like that as a progression, but I want it to be a little bit longer and more drawn out. So we're going to double them in time. Obviously, it all sounds a bit rigid at the minute, but we're just getting an idea for what our progression is going to be. And we need something to finish that off, and I think bring it down to quite a low chord. And it's not quite long enough because I brought it backwards. To do that's quite a nice progression we've built up there, I think. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate it, and this time on this new one, I just need to roll it off like that. This time, I want to stick a melody in the top as well. This time, we're going to go for a shorter note. So each chord's playing over 2 bars. I think we have 1 bar of the chord, and then maybe put a melody of just 2 notes in every other bar. Might work for us. We're going to give it a try, see what we get. I might need to go up another octave. I know what would be quite nice. If we step up the pace a little like this. and we kind of invert it. So we're going to do that and then step up in this one. Bring that up, that one. And we're going to trick ourselves a bit here with an extra step down. We're going to do a similar thing here, and we're just narrowing it in further each time. This time we're going to bring the melody in a little bit early, so we won't be expecting that. And that works quite nicely for us. So let's check all of that together, see what we've got. All right, so it's a little bit rigid, so we're going to humanize it up just a little bit. Now, we can do this manually, or we can use some of the tricks. What we need to do is shorten these notes just a little bit. So we're going to zoom right in and just bring them back just a touch, just so there's a bit of space. And we've got to think about when we're going to play this. If I was playing this, my little finger's probably going to hit first. So that would probably be the first key to hit. Everything after that might come ever so slightly later. So we're just going to give it the tiniest bit of a gap, and that would maybe take the longest to hit. So we now have much more natural landing chord. Use the humanize tool to do that as well. So if I select all of these, go into functions, MIDI transform, humanize, we want to switch off velocity, put that to 0. We want to switch off random length to 0, but then position we do want to move ever so slightly. We'll just have it down to like 6 ticks, operate only, and when we zoom in we can see that they've moved ever so slightly. Now they're not as natural as the way I like to do it manually. So if we do that, for example, they start to shuffle and come in a bit early and things like that. So you might need to go in and correct them anyway, but there you go, it does do it for you. We need to do a similar thing with these as well. Move them just the tiniest bit off. And that one a little bit later. We didn't make them shorter, so they'll bump into the next set of notes. Just do that. And we can do a similar thing as well with the melody, because the melody is never going to be bang on. I'd probably end up going a bit early, leave that bang on a little bit late. It just helps it feel a little bit more natural. Like we did with the others, we'll grab all of these and we'll do it with the humanize tool. If I have to, I'll go back in and tweak them later. And the other thing I wanted to do just before we wrap up this section is in the drummer here. I don't want to have it go any quicker, but I do want to introduce something else in between. I do have a shaker in here. I'm literally going to copy the same notes, bring them up to the shaker, and put them in between. We've now got that shaker in there as well. Now I'm going to reduce that in level. So we're just going to bring this like this and bring up the levels here. We're just going to reduce the shaker down so it's barely audible. Fab. So in the next section, we're going to extend this out, start to build it up into the main body of the track. All right, so let's get straight into this. So we had this nice breakdown section here with just the ride and the pianos going. I'm thinking I'm actually going to double that up. So we're going to let it run through the first time, and then we're going to start building the drums and everything into it on the second one. And I'm literally just going to take our sweep that we built here before, copy that over in here. So we've got a bit of a transition. It's going to ask about copying the automation. We're going to say copy. It'll be really snapped in, but it will do the job for us for the time being. I'm also going to copy over the whole drum break here. I just want to have a quick listen to it and make sure it does all work. That's okay. And we're going to start fading that in gradually to bring it into the whole project itself. I'm going to take the second melody section out and just roll the chords over again to bring the melody in when the song actually drops. And something else I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in a full drum break. I will do it from a free library, which is one of my ones, so you guys can actually have that as well. Let's see what sits best behind this. Might work. Let's try out the Know Me break. Yeah, I think that could work for us. So let's just double that up. What we'll do as well is just bring the channel up to here. I'm going to leave it in like purple for now. I'll stick it right at the top so we know it's our break. But I am just going to go into the mixer. Just make sure that it's going to the same group. So we're just going to boss it over to 10 there. That's a little bit loud. It's nice and spiky, but it's a little bit loud. So let's just drop it probably by about 9 dB. And I'm just using that really to fill out a bit of space, just give it kind of a natural break in there. So if we take it away, it's like this, and bringing it back in, just that extra little thing in there. It's a little bit low in the mix right now. We're not too worried about mixing the track down just yet. So on that drums bus, I'm going to put a EQ on there just by clicking on top of the EQ option just at the top here. I'm going to switch on the low pass. So we got this, and we need to bring that drum channel in here so we can work on it. So if we right click where we labeled it drums, do create track, it's going to bring it in for us. Just ordering structure for myself, going to bring it below big crash here, so it's just here, and this can now have its own automation lane. So where it says volume, we're going to bring that to EQ, high cut frequency, and I'm just going to use that as our filter to bring it in. I want it to start real low. We want it on for the rest of the time, so we'll just make sure it doesn't cut off till right around here. I think sort of 80-ish will be a good zone to bring it into, and we're going to bring it all the way up so it goes basically off right near the end. We're going to press T and W and just give it a curve so it comes in slowly. And I think that works quite nicely to bring the whole thing together. Just made it a little bit sharper there. Now in the Know Me break itself, there's a couple of loud little vocal bits that I'm probably going to cut out on this first section just here. So what I'm going to do is bring this over here just because the filters off over here, and we're just going to chop it up. So we're going to turn automation off by tapping A. Just zoom in here a bit and just play through. So here, for example, I think it's this bit just here. We're just going to chop that out. We don't want that to be quite as loud. We've got a fade in there. Okay, it's that as well. Bring that back to there. A little fade. Cool, so it's kind of just going to have that little pause in there, and that's just what we're going to have cut out. We're just going to bring that back over to here, just because it's stuck through a bit, even with the filter on. So now we'll have something like this. So that's starting to bring us into our main section. Now I'm going to copy the whole drum break over again, because we're definitely going to make use of it in this main section here. And this is going to be really the start of our track. Now this is where we're going to really start. So yeah, we've done like a 48 bar intro there, having a little break at the start. Yeah, we may bin some of these ideas off. We're just building it at this stage. So now it's going to be our main break that we use in the track. It's going to be this. And what we could do here now is bring this section back in. If it's still too loud, we'll gain it down separately. Gain this down independently. It's already all gone down by 9. We'll take this down by 12 just to give it a bit of control. Now that we've started the main portion of the track, I'm going to bring the chords and melody straight in as well. So it's probably time that we start thinking about building a bass line into this feel as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to just hit the plus icon up here. We are just going to make a new alchemy track here. And what we're going to do is take the piano chords here, just copy this down. I'm going to copy it over twice. Select both, press T and G, join them together, double tap T. And now we've got the chords in with that alchemy channel. It's going to sound kind of crazy. What we're going to do is we're just going to keep the lower notes out of each chord. And for the time being, that's going to work as our bass line. Pretty much any sound we build in there is going to be working for us. Now I think what we'll do is probably try and make a patch from scratch here. So let's initialize preset, and what we'll do, we'll move on to the next video and we'll look there at building sort of a saw Reese type sound in Alchemy from scratch. Okay, so let's try and build ourselves a bass sound in Alchemy. So we reset Alchemy, and what we can do is just click on A here, and we're just going to work off of using the saw. What we might do is try just bump it up so we've got 2 of that oscillator. And we're going to ever so slightly detune them. I'm going to take the pitch down an octave as well. What we need to do is put a low pass on it. Now, it doesn't matter massively what low pass you use, to be honest, but there's some different flavors in here and they do give some different feels. Something quite sharp is going to be quite useful for this. So we could do like the edgy 24 dB. So we can bring that right back. Now, on the cutoff, we just right click, let's add modulation, add an LFO to it. That gives us our LFO down here. We want to set up some details for it. So it's got sync on by default, so it's 1/4 at the minute. And the depth of how much it's controlled is set just over here. And you'll see it introduces this orange line around our cutoff up here. We're going to go slower than that. Dial it back a bit further. Okay, so that's working a bit for us. Bit of resonance maybe. Put it back a bit further. And I'm just going to use the drive on the filter as well. Now, as a behavior, I don't want the note to keep triggering. So at the minute, right, each time a new note happens, it restarts. I want that to be more fluid and move into itself. There's two things that we're going to do. I'm going to grab all of the notes, zoom in, and just make it so they overlap just the tiniest amount. Then we need to change some behavior in Alchemy so that they all flow together. So if we go back over into global and in our voices, instead of always, we're going to do legato and see how that works for us. We might need to change our times and things. Yeah, so let's give it a little bit of a glide percent as well. Cool. So now instead of triggering each time on each note, it just kind of moves up and down with everything and glides into one another. Now, do I prefer this really slow pulsing, or do we want it to go 1/4? And maybe dial it back a bit. Probably something we could automate and play around with in different sections. Something I have noticed is the notes in the piano are sticking out a little bit for me. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to grab all of the high notes like this. I'm just going to switch the automation lane on here, and we're just going to pull the velocity down a bit for them. And while they're all selected as well, I'm going to go into functions, MIDI transform, humanize. And I'm going to turn all the random off, but I want the velocity to fluctuate just a little bit as well. So we get something like that. So now they're all going to be ever so slightly different and a little bit lower. Alright, so let's see from the breakdown here how everything flows together now. Remember, I'm looking to have some vocals start around here, build up here, and then go into like a main verse here. So we're leaving space for that, knowing we're going to make a vocal track here. Okay, so one thing I totally noticed was around here, the drums and the build up. It doesn't really build to anything. So I'm thinking what we could maybe do instead is build up to here and then just leave a little pause. Move the automation with that. We're going to bring you back and we're going to mute these 3 drum hits, right? Like this. Just go over to the inspector and just mute those. So instead now it should build up there just to the slightest pause, which is just something a little bit different than just rolling the drums right through. It gives us space to perhaps the little reverse crash as well as an extra build. And we want something just to sort of signify that we've landed as well. So we'll even try popping the crash in there. That doesn't work too well for me, but we need to find something That gives us a nice little landing in there. I am wondering if the bass could actually come up. Kind of like that actually, so bringing the bass up an octave instead, but we might be losing the sub, but it's a way we can fix that in Alchemy really easy. So I'm just bringing up an EQ, just have a quick look at what's going on. Okay, so there's no sub now, bringing it up an octave. So what we can do to remedy that, because I prefer that sound, bringing it up the octave, we'll switch on oscillator B, we'll go to load VA, basic and sine, and what we'll do, we'll then bring this sine down 1 octave, and that should fill our subspace. So we've still got all the weight there that way, and I prefer that actual resound. So let's save that so we know the patch for you guys. And we're going to rename this just here. So when we choose it up here in the inspector where it says region, we can always rename. We can always rename up here. So we'll just call it Reese, and we'll recolor it as well. And our bases are going to be purple in this. And remember, like before, our channel is now not going to be colored the same. So while it's selected, we can always go functions and name tracks by region name, and color track by region color as well, and it'll match like that. So I like that little section. We're going to copy that out, and last thing I'm going to try just here is actually using this section that we had right in the intro and see if we can make use of it again over here. There's something slightly different across that verse section. Let's try it out. So because of the automation that we had on here, we don't really hear it. So we're going to bring the filter off, maybe filter it out instead. We'll just loop this section to listen over again. I think it's fair to say that that just doesn't work there. But we definitely need to build something else into this next section. So in the next video, let's work out what we're going to do there. And then we're going to build one more section, and then we're going to get a rough balance and send it out to our vocalist, get the vocals back, and continue working on it from there. Okay, so we need something to flesh out this section as it develops from like this into the next part, right? And what I was thinking is I'm actually going to use the strings that can be added in here. Yeah, so studio strings. Let's have a look here. Now we've got lots of bass, so the cellos probably won't benefit us, but let's try adding in the violas. So we need to add a new instrument here, have it selected, because when we go and select now, when we've got a blank patch, if we open up studio strings, choose the violas, that should load in there for us. Let's just close the library away so we've got our full screen back. And I'm going to take the chords just like before and drop it into there and just make a loop around it. And we're going to solo it so we can build something out. So that thicker chord doesn't work with the strings. So let's turn you off. So it'll be these two that clash. Okay, that kind of works. Now I'm going to select the whole lot, do Shift and Option up, move it up an octave. Now it'd be kind of nice if they sort of all swelled into one another. So we're just going to do the MIDI trick of just bringing some of the notes. Wow, they're going all over the place. We're just going to bring some of the notes so they go past into the next one. And Logic's being weird, so we'll just do them individually like that. Okay, so now in the patch itself, if we open it up, hopefully we can get more of that feeling to come across. Going to have a little bit of an attack instead of there being a really sudden, sharp start. Strings don't normally start like that. Something like that. It doesn't look like we can switch the articulations that easily. So we might have to open up a few versions of this to do what we're after. It's like most libraries that I'd use, like Contact and things like that. I can switch the libraries really quickly and easily within this, but it doesn't look like we can do that in Logic's one. But that's cool. We'll figure something out. That's okay for the time being, although I really want to mix up how these chords sound, like the balance of them. So we do the same trick we did before with humanizing them. We're just going to go Functions, MIDI Transform, and Humanize, and we'll just do that random velocity just to break them up a touch like that. Just taking that high note out of the third chord. Okay, so let's try it in this section here now. Everything should match up. So I don't like the pause here, so we're just going to join the two together. So we do T and G once we've selected them both, join everything together. And these two here aren't blending very well. So we're just going to take these notes and bring them over. The ones that can move, but the ones that are disjointed here, we're going to play a bit of a trick and just extend it right the way through. Now that works so well, I'm going to do it with some of the other ones where we've used the same note. In fact, I'm going to bring that across like that. Okay, I like it. Now, the second run of it, I'm going to make just a touch louder, only a tiny little bit. So hopefully you can feel that's building up and up a bit more now. So the way I did that was just to highlight these notes and just change the velocity of the ones that I grabbed, just boost them up just a little bit. So that's nice. That's nice to the point that I'm thinking I might in fact do it here as well, but have a much quieter version here just to really pad it out, and we'll have it build up over the whole period. And then we're going to put another melody line in on the second bit. I'm going to bring these down a fair bit. So it's like this. just going to build up and up and up. I'm going to join the whole lot together as well. And we know the reason for that, so that we can extend these notes through and they all kind of play as naturally as possible. But this first lot, I'm going to bring down even more. Maybe a bit too much. I like that instead. Okay, let's have another instance of the violas. However, this time I'm going to just bring the patch up here. I want to change the articulation over to spiccato. I'm going to copy those over. I don't know if this is going to work. This is purely an experiment. But on the MIDI effects over here, I'm going to add the arpeggiator and see if I can arpeggiate the chords with the spiccato notes. Bit rapid. 1/8 maybe. Okay. And let's go up an octave in the whole lot. So let's bump all of this up an octave. And let's bump the whole second bit up a second octave. Okay, instead of spiccato, let's try staccato. Much quicker attack. Cool. So it's going out of range here, but it actually works as like a whole new melody, which is kind of cool. Let's try it with these bits all together. So the way I built that up was just using that whole initial section, but I'm going to stick to what I said, and it's going to be for the second. I just wanted to get the idea together before I started putting the track apart. But we're now going to do this. We're going to copy the break over again. However, we are going to bring back the ride and shakers as well. I think we're going to have them for the whole lot, you know. Yeah, it adds so much to it. But I do want to change them for each part. So what we're going to do is get rid of that, extend these out to two different sections, and just set these up. So move that one, for example, change the percussion. On that one, change the percussion and move it up a touch, and go back to this pattern for there. Let's try and listen to the whole build up, transition. So that intro, I'm going to bring these right down. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now, I'm not a huge fan of what's going on now with this section just here, but I think there's something else we can do with it. Now, look at some of these notes. They're just coming too much out of the range. So what we can potentially do is invert them, I think, and that might help us out getting something new out of them. So let's have a look. Okay, scrap that idea. What we can potentially do is take these ones, we'll drop them back down the octave, and we're going to have another copy of the studio violas by doing Command D. We're going to bring this down, take off the first 8 bars or so, take this section here, delete this super high note, and we're going to bump these up an octave instead. Let's grab that patch just there on violins. Let's change it to Piz. And let's see if we can maybe just copy some notes to make a melody from. So let's take these from here. Let's make a new MIDI region for the violin. Okay, so we're going to take the lower notes out of the violin. We're just going to make a rhythmic pattern out of them. But just on the higher notes, we'll just keep the sustained lower ones going, since these strings do not want to behave for us. Yeah, that works quite nicely. Anyway, so we can do that. Cool, so that section builds up kind of nicely. Now we're going to copy our sweep over again. This time though, we're going to stop it here. Reason being, I'm going to make it a fair bit longer. So we're just going to drag that out, double click on it to get the note, bring the note along, switch automation back on. Now remember, we've got our automation lines that we made earlier. We're just going to take the pen and just control them over a longer period. And what are you? You're the drive. So we're just going to have the drive maybe creep up at the end there like that. Fade in a bit more gradually. Something like that. I can even do a little resonant sweep at the end as well. Let's just see how that guy works. Just click on the top, press U, loop round it. So I'm going to have the drive just kind of roll in for much longer than that. And that resonant sweep was a bit harsh at the end. So just do that. So that transition's a little bit longer over time, which is nice. And we're then going to go back into this section here, basically. And what we'll do, we'll just copy this whole chunk out, knowing that we can change it. But we just want to hear how the transition's going to work for us. We would just want to hear it. Wondering if we can just pop these in here. I think we can have a much longer breakdown here. It just feels ready for it. So what we're going to do is bring that right to here and move all of that. We're going to take this section across twice and get rid of the little gongs for the second part. And then we've got another nice ramp up here into what's going to potentially be this section again. But structure wise, we're starting to get there. Once we've really got a structure down, I'm going to do a balance and then look to get the vocals in. Okay, so we're going to do a quick bit of housekeeping just so we know what's going on. So like we did the recent things before, I think we can leave the strings in the blue color, but name-wise, let's just give them a name so we know what's where. So we'll go with viola chords on that one, viola mel for the melody, viola mel for the violin melody. And what we do is just going to highlight those and name the channels as them as well. So we've got an idea of what's going on. So name track by region name, and color-wise, we'll throw them in the same color as well. Now we pop this breakdown in here right after this section. So a couple more things I want to do just building up into this break. So I do want to just get a couple of sounds and use them as transition sounds. I want a crash, ideally one on its own. Let's see what we've got in the loop library. Yeah, that long crash is going to work okay. I'm going to use that as sort of like a transition signal. So we go. Now I want a similar one like that we're going to use as an extra riser. Just going to drop that there, flip it in reverse. Just going to close the browser here and just reverse that. Switch the automation lanes off so we can see right where it's lined up. Cool, so we just want to come to like a bit of a crescendo there. The other thing I want to do is have this crash start right when the main bit of music starts. So we've got this little run section here, and then it starts here with these drums, doesn't it? So we're now going to go. I think we'll even use the reverse symbol there. But remember, we just gave that little quarter of a bar break like that. So let's just line that up to zoom in to get it just right. Well, you can sometimes, what I've got at the minute at the bottom is this window here. If you just press E, that brings that up. As sometimes Logic doesn't really show you what's going on here. So it looks like the sample kind of disappears. However, you can see there, it's actually bang on. So that should just give us that build up. Listening back to it now, I do kind of like the melody, but I think we're just going to layer it with the chords, perhaps just for the first couple of bars, and then we'll bring that melody in and really kind of phase it in like this. Yeah, we'll do the first 4 bars and then bring it in. Yeah, really happy with that build up. And then we've got a slightly longer breakdown, another build up. What we're going to do is take this same section here, which is sort of our like main like verse and chorus build. And we are literally going to copy and paste and drop this over here. We won't necessarily leave it like this, but as a song build, this is pretty much where we're at. I'm going to even use this right as the ender on this piano section here. I'm going to bring these up. So what we did before, we're going to highlight them, functions, MIDI transform, humanize it, do the same again like that. But this time with each chord, I'm going to take it like this and just bring the level down so that they really fade out. And the last chord, I'm going to massively overextend so it can't really hold out, it just fades out over time. Like that. Now that gives us a 4-minute 40-second track in total. We're just going to play through the whole thing, see what we like about it, and the idea being, if I need to add any extra little bits now, I will, but likely I'm probably just going to give a rough balance for this, and we'll go over doing the rough balance, and then we'll look at sending that out to a vocalist. Okay, so right off the bat, one thing I'm going to change is I'm going to fade these drums out at the start. So let's go into the automation. We already had our drum lane done, and we've already got a filter on it, which is dead useful. So we can have it completely in for these first few bars. And then we're going to look to bring it out here. We want it to make sure it's back in play for here. So we're going to bring it out like this. Use T and W and just curve it like that. And something like that should work for us. So it's there, but we're going to fade it away. Cool, so relatively happy with what we've got now. It's a nice sketch. What I need to do is balance it so we can send it out to someone so they can put their ideas to it and record to it by somebody else without any interaction, because that is the nature of it right now. So we need to make sure they've got something good to work off. Now, this is probably the only time you're going to see a third-party plugin in this session. I'm going to use it just to help me balance everything out because I'm working in headphones to record it. So what we're going to do on the master bus, I'll put this one called Tonal Balance Control 2. And I've got my own setting on here called 2001. We're going to put it into fine. And what this does, it gives me an idea of the balance, especially in the low end, that I can't get perfect in headphones. And what I'm really going to be doing is going through all of the faders, balancing out the levels, and I'll be doing some EQ and probably some compression in places as well. One thing I did want to touch on was just grabbing all these strings and giving them their own bus like we did for the drums as well. Put that on 11. We're just going to call that string like so, just so they've got one bus that they all work in as well. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm mainly focus on this section here. This is our busiest section where everything happens. I'll just be looping that and balancing that. If I get the balance for that part right, where most of the vocals are going to be, we can do everything else once we've got the track back and the vocals back and the other ideas to work off of. So the sub area in the Reese is just a little bit too much now. Because we made this in Alchemy, we know exactly how it's constructed. I can literally go to the sine wave here and I can turn it down to say -7, 8 or even 9 dB and play it back and see how it is. I'm still going to use an EQ. I'm going to low shelf away a little bit here with quite a steep slope because I want to make a little bump around here as well, where we've got the real rumble going on. This area here. Yeah. I'm not going to get too deep into sound design. I purely want a balance here to get the whole track together. the strings bus is quite nicely balanced if we take all of them together. I think we could do a bit of stereo panning, especially put the melody a little bit to the right like this. And this. Nice bit of separation. However, overall it's too loud. Now, because it's going to a bus, I can literally just take the bus down by like 3 dB. So on the strings there, just took all the low end out. There were a couple of like low end things that weren't adding anything to it, but were definitely interfering with other bits. So just got rid of those. Dipped here because there was a bit of resonance. You just saw me match it up here and just giving it a nice boost just to bring some of the tops out. Even though we've gained it down by 3 dB, I'm adding 2.5 back in the top. So I've just lifted that up back to essentially where it was, but kept everything else low and split those. The other thing is the drums. There's a little bit of high end missing on there. Now we've used this as a filter already. So what I'll actually do is add an EQ below it instead. I'll do that just by copying this one over and switching off that high pass. And we're actually just going to give it a real lift on the high end like this. That's not too badly balanced. It's maybe a little bit harsh on the drums. Just going to dial it back by a decibel. Cool. Not the worst mix, not the best mix. You can hear all the elements, the ideas there. It can develop into something. Just going to put the high pass on the bottom here of the drums as well. We just don't need any of that extra low end. And something else I'm going to do on this track here, which is our master stereo out. I'm just going to top and tail it like that. So they're both at 20 kilohertz and 20 hertz respectively, just isolating that space a little bit for us. Cool, and that's balanced pretty well. It doesn't sound too bad, so we can actually get rid of you. We've got plenty of headroom, nearly 4 dB. That, for me, is ready to send off to someone who's going to write to it and do some vocals for it. So the next time we come back, we'll be looking to import those vocals, start working and keep developing the track from there. Okay, so we worked with a lovely girl called Heather, and she has recorded some vocals to this instrumental for us. So what we're going to do in this video is get the vocals in, do a little bit of editing, and just get everything ready to keep working and building on this project. So to import the vocals into Logic, we're just going to double tap on our mouse, and we've got a window open here. I've put all the vocals into a folder, which makes a lot of sense. So we've got them all in one location. We know where they're always going to be. And we're just going to drag and highlight all of them and drag and drop. And I want to make sure I drop them right in on bar 1 here. And it's going to ask me if I want to use existing tracks or create new tracks. These have never been imported to this session, so we create new tracks. It's going to drop those in for us, all starting on bar 1 there. Now, Logic's going to take a minute and just get a nice waveform generated for each one here. So just as an organizational thing for me, I can see here we've got like the full track in here, which is probably just like a demo mix that she sent me. is we don't need that. We're going to get rid of that straight away. And we're just going to highlight the track, hit backspace, it will delete the audio, hit backspace again, it will delete that channel. And I've got 2 vocals only here at the bottom that look like they're going to match up with the top one. And it also looks like these 2 green ones are exactly the same. We've got 1-1, which means it might be a slight revision. They look to be exactly the same bit of audio. So what we'll do, we'll just quickly solo those 2, play them together.
Can you tell me what we are? Tell me. I need to know.
Okay, there's some very minor differences in the harmonies, so we'll keep both of those in there. We've got another layer here that looks like it doesn't have any of the harmonies in.
So tell me.
Brilliant. And then we've got all the little harmonies and extra bits separately. Perfect. Now, something to note, when you import vocals like this, and we've got really quiet bits of audio, for example, these 3 here, which obviously all layer together, only occurs here. And this is just this tiny bit of audio. We've got an option up here, the waveform zoom. If we tap that, it's going to sort of zoom into everything. If you tap and hold on it, you actually get a slider and you can choose how visible it is. So by default, barely visible at all, but we can switch it on and it just zooms everything in a little bit. So everything should be in sync. By the looks of it, it is. Like if we start on here, the vocal looks like it's going to be bang in time, and very much here as well. So let's just have a listen, make sure that where we've dropped it in on bar 1, everything's in time. We don't have to fix anything there.
Can you tell me what we are? So tell me. I need to know. Who are we?
Everything seems okay there. So what I'm going to do now is just a little bit of tidying up. We don't need all this blank space in, and it's nice just to get rid of anything that appears to be silenced, just to be sure we've cleared that away. There's a function inside Logic that I'll use a lot when importing stems like this, and it is just Control X. It brings up this menu here, which is trimming the silence. Now, what I'm going to do is use a threshold here, which will determine when it starts cutting away. And we're just going to keep bringing that down until we've got blocks like this. Then we have an in and an out time. I will generally do like 0.1 of a second on either side, just to give a little bit of an in and out into the silence, and then we're going to hit OK. And that's going to cut that into little regions for me like this. I'm going to highlight all of these regions in the inspector just by tapping I. We're then going to give it a fade in of just about 5 and a fade out of about 5 as well. And if we zoom in, look, we can see that that just ensures that we're fading to 0 at any of the points there. And I'm just going to repeat that across all of the bits of audio we've got here. So now we've got all of our vocals separated out and all of the silence has been cut away and everything is still in time. And the next thing I'm going to do is highlight all of these, which appear to be our main vocals, and we're just going to color those. So I'm going to hold Option and tap C, get our color chart up, and I think we'll just make them all a nice bright purple. That's maybe a bit too bright. Let's go for that, a little bit darker. And then we're going to take all of the ad-libs and do a similar thing, but make those even darker. And we're now just going to highlight these regions, go into Functions and color track by region or cell color. And that's just going to recolor those for me. So now I've got all my vocals at the bottom of the track, all in a color formation, and all the tracks are easily referenced. So at a glance, I can just look at this section here, see the purple sections and know what I'm looking at. The other thing I'm going to do while they're all selected is go into Stereo Bus, and we're going to make a new bus on bus 12 here. And this is going to be our vocals bus. So now all of the vocals are going to go over here, means I can just solo this at any point. And I'll have my vocals.
Is this something you could?
So something I'd like to do now is just give them a rough balance with the track. Now they're all recorded at a relatively low level. We're just going to loop this section here. Now they're all recorded at an okay level. We're just going to loop this section here and play it back. And I'm just going to dial everything back and bring it up slightly in the fader. I think what I might do is knock everything back of these by about 3 dB, just so the quieter ad-libs here have got a chance to come through. So the way that we would do that is to highlight all of the individual clips like we've got here, In the inspector, where it says gain, we're just going to type -3. That's just going to reduce them down ever so slightly. Let's just get them a little bit closer to these here rather than boosting these. So now we're just going to play it back, and I'm going to bring everything in, starting with these main 3 vocals here. Well, we'll just have these on mute. And just to highlight multiple tracks like that, we just click on one, hold shift, click the next one. Solo these out. Look, I'm going to have this lead one here that hasn't got the ad-libs in as our main one sitting in the front. And I'm going to hard pan the other 2. Now this section here has got the extra ad-libs for the middle as well, so I'm going to use just that section and bring those in. It's probably going to gain down at about -4 to -6, somewhere in that region. And last but not least, we've got these 3 here. So we're just going to select them, press U to loop around that area and just unmute them. And we'll treat this as our middle one and hard pan these 2. If we decide that balance doesn't work, we can change that. And we're going to just use shift, select all of them, dial them all back, and just bring those in so we can hear them. And something like that. So that now gives us a rough balance. What I would do now is actually just listen through the whole track, no effects, no mixing, just the rough balance, and just listen through for any issues in the vocal, any pops or clicks or things I wouldn't expect, any places the vocal maybe gets lost, and we can start thinking about compression and things like that.
Tell me what we are. I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are? Oh, I know I love you, but I can't see your view. They used to be so kind, but now I feel so blind.
So I'm just going to stop it there. There's two things I've heard. One, this needs something else going on in this area here. Also, we just heard a tiny little pop just there. Because I've heard it, we're just going to go back and address it. So we're going to play it back, listen to see if it occurs again and what caused it.
So blind, so blind.
So it's here. It sounds like it might be on one of the vocal stems. It's this. It's the sort of like puh here. I think it's going to be that tiny little bit there. So what we're going to do is take all three of these, drag them back just to here, see if that gets rid of it. Yep. So we're just listening through for tiny little things like that.
So blind. All my thoughts in my mind. Oh no, I love you. But I can't see your view. So tell me, I need to know, who are we? Is this something you could show? Is this something you could
All right, so that's all we're doing. We only really found that one issue in having a listen through. And this space here to me just needed something, but I've got an idea of what we're going to do for that, and we'll look to start building that in as we go. But overall, sounding pretty good. Now, one thing that I will often do here is actually just add some notes into the track, just so I've had a listen through, and if there's lots of ideas I'm having, I can just note them down really easily. The way I note them down is actually on the mixer here. If we click on view up here in the mixer, we can go to channel strip component. There's one here called notes, and it adds a little box below. So like on the vocals, I'll put bar 65, tape delay and filter, which is my idea for how I'm going to sort of flesh this out and still have the vocal rolling through it the whole time. And if I come across mixing issues and things like that, you'll see me start to fill this in a lot more, something I use a lot, definitely at this stage. So I think with that, let's move into the next section. Okay, so while we thought about it, let's try the vocal tape delay effect that I'm thinking that we're going to use in this section here. And as with everything in this, the ideas aren't always necessarily going to be final, but this is what I'm feeling is going to help fill it out. And it's a really cool technique to show you. So I'm going to take the middle vocal here, because I think that's what's going to be most useful to us. So this part just here. What we want to do is have it play across this section, but we're going to take a little part of it just to keep it rolling through.
But I can't see your view.
Now, we're not going to cut the sample up or anything like that. We're going to use some automation using one of Logic's plugins. So when we go into delay, there's one called tape delay. This is really useful because we can control the feedback in great detail, and we can push the feedback beyond 100%. That's really important here. We're going to really be making use of that. I think 1/4 is probably going to work about right for us. I'm going to try and capture this last phrase with it.
View.
like that. So what we need to do is, firstly, we're going to modulate the feedback. So what we need to do firstly, we need to make sure dry is back at 100%. Wet at 30% will probably be okay, but we can adjust it later if need be. Now we are going to modulate this feedback. So let's make sure we've got our automation lanes on. Where it says volume here, we're going to go to tape delay and feedback. Now over this last phrase just here, we're going to need to put some points in. So we can have this be off for the entire time. And then when it comes to here, we need to kind of feed it in a little bit. Let's just hear how long this lasts at 85%. Okay, so that's good. So at the end of about here, it's still going. What we need to do then is just start ramping up the percentage beyond 100. Now, this can very quickly get out of control. So work at a low level or even put a limiter on the channel because it can distort very quickly. Okay, so it's going to get out of control about here. And there we're going to start bringing that back down to sort of the 100 range. Now we can just have it maintain like that. Pretty much as long as we want. And we can bring it out around here. Now the trick is to make sure it's still nicely audible in the track. So it's actually a little bit loud. So what we can do now is bring the wet percentage down to something like 25 instead. Play it back and keep adjusting that balance. Okay, and I actually want it to fade off a little bit sooner than that. So we're going to bring this back and just dial this back to sort of 80. So it's got a bit of a slope happening here. And I don't want it to get quite as loud as it was. So it goes to 126. We're going to bring that back down to say 120. And the 122 here, going to bring that down even further to say 110. And that should hopefully give us our balance. Oh, something else we need to do is make sure it's not in at the start either. We don't want it all the time. We're just creating this effect here. Just nicely sat in the background now. Cool, it just helps fill that space, just a little something in the background. Now, when we EQ and compress, it is going to adjust, or we can just bring that plugin further down in the chain. The automation is going to stay linked to it, so we can really play around with that. But that's the idea that I was after, and just having a little something else in there. Now, when listening through to this section of the track, the piano starts to become a little bit more repetitive, not in necessarily the melody. The melody sits nicely, but it becomes obvious that it's MIDI and it's almost the same thing happening over and over again. So what I'm going to start doing is blocking things out in sections and joining things like the melodies together. So if we select all of these, we now press T and G. When we tap them again, they're all going to join together. And now we can work on that section all in one block. To get back to the pointer tool, we just tap T twice. Now we can double click on here or press E, and we've got all of the information for this whole section of piano. As we can see, the chords very, very much all the same level, all starting at exactly the same time. There's no real fluctuation going on there at all. And that's why it becomes a little bit static. So we're going to really play around in here and try and adjust this, especially where there's no vocals. So in this section here, I want it to become far more of a feeling and performance part. So we're going to use a similar trick as before. We're going to highlight just the chords here. We're going to into functions, do MIDI transform. We're going to humanize, but I'm just going to humanize the velocity. I don't want the position to change. So over here, this needs to come to 0, and the length doesn't really need to change either. We're going to bring that to 0, and about 10% change overall in velocity should be okay. And that should open up the chords a little bit more for us. Now, what I'm going to do now is have it so the chords gradually build up in level. So we're going to take this first one and take it a little bit lower. We can see they actually build up quite nicely already. Maybe have a tiny bit up on here. And I'm not going to have it so, you know, every note is louder than the last, but just so the average goes up throughout this passage. I think that's just going to be a nice little way of building up and giving some feeling in it. And it won't be too obvious over that length of time either. So that works really nicely. It's really subtle, but it builds up and changes. Let's try it out in context. I think that works really, really nicely actually. And we're going to keep doing things like that as we go throughout this whole project. So let's loop this section now, quite a predominant section in the track for us. And let's see how we feel about it. Okay, so something I heard that doesn't exist, which is sort of what I say when I feel there could be something different there. I hear it and have the idea, is just to double up the chord just before that second vocal comes in. It doesn't happen all the time, but what we want is it perhaps to happen just here. So let's see, the vocal lands just here. I think we're going to have a short chord and then make this one land again. So we could do it really easily by just going T and I. Zooming in, and we could just cut the chord like this. Now that's going to be a little bit rigid, so let's end this chord slightly early. And we're going to stagger it just a little bit. This might not even really be audible, but it always comes into the feeling of it. And we'll just change these start times just the tiniest amount so it feels like a natural chord coming in. And let's see if that idea worked. Yeah, definitely. However, I want to make it quite a bit softer. Brilliant. And we're going to humanize it again. We're going to use pretty much the same technique just to move those velocities around slightly. Our settings should have reset. We'll do that. Operate only. It should be a nice soft chord now that lands with the vocal. And I'm actually going to shorten these 3 notes up. I'm going to have it so it really rolls in as well. And that might be the only time that happens in the track, but it's just that little significant change. Let's have a listen through again, see if there's anything else we want to keep changing. Okay, so this time when these main vocal sections come in here, the melody's starting to get a little bit lost. Now, instead of tackling that with EQ or compression, we can quite simply find the right section and we can just give our melody in this part a little bit more oomph. We can just bring it up like this, make it really part of it. Again, we can do the same thing. I think again we can do the same thing with the chords, but we're gonna give them a bit of humanization, and then we're gonna bring them all up in level for this whole section from here. So we're gonna go functions, MIDI transform, and do our little humanize trick. Make sure we don't change the position or the length. Operate only, and we're gonna bring everything up to that louder chord that we had before. But for the last 4 chords, these ones just here, I'm actually going to bring those up even further. We really grow into kind of a crescendo, and we're going to bring the melody up so it's among them as well. That's good. Let's move on to the next section and keep developing this project until we can play it back and it's really enjoyable to listen through the entire track. Something I do want to say is, obviously I'm working in this section here and we kind of repeat again towards the end. I will likely do some really subtle changes so they're not identical copy and paste sections. It's obviously different now, but we can make it even bigger and more of a crescendo in the second section. Let's see how we go with it. Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time adding little tweaks and really making this track unique in lots of little places. And something I think we're going to try, we made like this little blanked out roll here, right? We're going to try something similar here. And that's got the vocal in the background at that moment. What we're going to do, I think, is just take out even the break here. I think we're going to take everything out for this whole bar. And we're just going to use the inspector to mute anything in here that we don't necessarily want. And on the drummer track here, I'm actually going to roll that back for the bar and just use the plus just to add another one in. I'm going to double click it. I'm going to try and just build up a roll just using the drummer here. So I'm just going to put the fills right through to full, put the kick in and the toms on and just see what that does for us. Yeah, I quite like that, but what I want to happen on bar 65 now is a crash to happen, but I want to keep this same section here. So we're going to do our right click like we did before, convert it to a MIDI region, and now we're just going to make sure we've got a nice crash to start us off on here. So when we zoom in on here, it gives us a nice name of everything that's included in the drum kit, so we should be able to find the crash quite easily. We've got left and right crash there. Let's just see how that works for us. Cool, definitely not loud enough, so let's take the 2 and just bring them up in velocity. And they seem to be a little short, so let's just roll those out. Okay, and because they're both the crash stop, they tail off pretty quickly, so we're going to layer them up with some other sounds so they've got a nice tail off. Have a nice loud ride in there as well. Cool. And we're going to use the reverse crash again as well. And I'm going to keep it on the same channel because we'll mix it about the same. Just going to make a copy of it and using the inspector, we'll flip it back around. And we do want it to tail off a bit here. Okay, and the last thing I want to add, I'm going to find another crash just from the loops library. We can bring up the loops library just by pressing O, and we're just going to search crash. It will come up with a few sound effects and things as well, but there are some crash symbols in here. That one's going to work quite nicely. The big crash here, I'm just going to highlight that, hit Command and D just to copy the track. I'm going to put that long crash in there. And as long as I want it to be, I don't want it to go on forever. So we will drag it back a touch. Now it's going to be very loud. So on the inspector, I'm going to take the gain back, probably about 9 dB in total. That was actually too much. We'll just take it back 3. Cool. Do you want that to ring off for a little bit longer than that? And that's just giving like a little moment, something's about to change and then our strings come in. So let's just listen to it all in context. That's working really nicely actually with the vocal coming in there, sort of, you know, our strings come in, the vocal then rises back in and that kind of dips away just as the extra melody comes in. It's all building up really quite nicely. Let's listen to the whole section, like from this intro right the way through, and see if there's anything else we feel like we might want to add.
I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are? Oh no, I love you, but I can't see your So tell me, I need to know is there something you could show? All my thoughts in my mind.
Fab. I really like how we've built that up, and there's not much more I'd really want to add now. What we need to focus on now is getting a really nice balance, and I'm going to start mixing this track, and as we do that we might come across some more changes and bits we want to make, but for the most part I think that's where we're at. So let's start that process. Okay, so let's dive into the creative mixing stage, which is really going to be sort of the sound design and making this our own. We've used a lot of presets and very quickly designed sounds. Now this is going to be more about making it feel like this is our thing.
All you left me.
Now I think a big thing to address is the piano. Now it was already a kind of preset of my piano, which just had a very basic EQ, compressor and tape delay on. You know, if we solo it out, it sounds good. But I think there's some other things that we can maybe do with it. Almost certainly we can give it its own room and bit of a space. We could potentially put it into the large hall that's set up here. Let's just try that out for the first thing. So we're going to go to bus and large concert hall. If we just hold option and click, it will take it to 0 for us. And we just need to make sure that the large hall has been taken off of mute like that. That's got this huge delay now. Well, we're not going to want that because this is kind of a fast track. We really need this to be on point quite quickly. So if we just open up Chroma Verb here, and Chroma Verb's a fantastic reverb, so it's some really useful things like this pre-delay at 149 milliseconds. If we click this right here, we can actually bring it into the exact kind of like delay time that we would like. Something like 1/64 probably be a bit better for us. So that's giving a lot of its own tone, but there's a lot of low end there. Now, Chroma Verb does have something dead useful built into it for us. If we click on details, it has an EQ here, and we can just put this little tail in here. And we're just going to roll out a lot of that low end there. And we can change the slope just down here to a 12 dB, something like that. I'm just going to bring it above 200. Our kick and snare are going to be in that sort of region. We want it to be rolling off by there, especially just on the reverb side of things. That's giving it a lot more space. We take it away. That sounds really cool at 100%, but it's probably never going to work actually in a track. So I'm probably just going to have to dial it back just a touch. Just listen in some context quickly. That's quite nice just there. I've taken it back by 5.4 dB, I think, but you know, whatever works for you at the end of the day. Something else I kind of like to do on here, if we just go back into the main section, I'm just going to level off the low end section here. And I quite like it to still be a pretty bright reverb. We've taken a lot of volume out of it now, and I want that high end to still really be there. It's not natural, but it's not necessarily what we're after here. So there's quite nice. We're giving lots of extra level to where the melody sits, and it gives it its own space really quite nicely. Now we can use the mouse wheel on these points just to control them, or there's a Q value at the bottom here. I think if we have it kind of narrow like that. Let's bring it up here as well. That's quite nice. Now the other thing that's using this large hall is very subtly being used by the strings. So let's just make sure that we've not made any like overly negative changes. Let's just make a quick loop here. And that sounds okay. It's barely being fed into them, to be honest. So something else I want to do with the piano is kind of warm it up a little bit. It's at the moment, I don't want to say a little bit cold, but maybe a little bit small feeling. So I might try and use some distortion just to beef it up a little bit and kind of warm it up a touch. There's a couple of options we could do. We've already got the compressor on here. We could push it like this with the distortion on here on the SSL channel. But I think let's be a little bit more creative with it, and let's try and use something else. And I'm going to put the distortion before the compressor. This might cause me to need to reset the compression, but I don't want anything to be changing the dynamics that we've already got, because this is preset for me and works really nicely as it is. If we go down to multi effects, we've got fat effects. Let's just drop that in there. So Fat Effects is pretty much a distortion plugin. It's got a huge variety of what can be done with it. Across the bottom here, all the different types of distortion, for example, and the order that they're in. So if we just want to say very dry, for example, we can actually just drag that right to the start and make sure all the other like types are switched off. So switch everything else off there, which have distortion on, and then the distortion setting here, we've got bit crush, offset, very drive. We can just take those to 0% and just push the very drive right up. Then we can actually have a blend of those three, and if we switch it here, you can see it actually switches down here as well. Notice as well the order I've got it on here is different here because we can mix and match the flow of it. So I can put the tube in the middle, even though the tube's on the right here. Can kind of be confusing, so you always got to check that bottom row just to make sure you've got the right combination of what you're after. So it can make a difference if like put tube and bit crush like this, for example. If we switch them round, it's a completely different vibe, right? So the order is overly important. Anyway, I think we're just going to have a little bit of tube push here. I'm going to make use of the bandpass and just bring it up to like 30 Hertz. When we're distorting like this, it can add lots of extra harmonics. We definitely don't want anything added below there. And we could probably go a lot higher, but we'll probably tackle it with EQ later. Just don't want to add some crazy sub that we can't see, don't know what's going on. So we're just going to make sure that bandpass is introduced, and we don't really want any resonance on them either. Just turn the limiter off on the master there. And we can still blend the two together. I think having some of the original in there is going to be quite nice. I'm going to put the compressor directly after this as well. Put it on Studio VCA. Really long release. Not feeling that, switch that off. Okay, so the lower tones are okay. However, when we get a bit further in and we've really sort of risen up, it's distorting too much. So we're going to dial the offset back. Stick with the compressor we've got in. It's quite liking the longer release though. I'm just going to pop an EQ on the large hall on Chroma Verb. I'm just hearing a little something going on in the lower end, so I'm just, again, going to roll that away, especially around here. I'll be a little bit harsh with it on the slope with 18 dB.
So tell me,
Okay, so having the blend here is, of course, this to lose a little bit of level. I'm going to bring that back up with the compressor. And I might actually distort it here for that gain. Let's just try that out. Notice I'm not really after balancing out or fixing frequencies here. I'm after making this sound feel a bit like it's more my own. So what we're going to do, we're going to switch everything off. We're just going to reintroduce it. I want to hear how different that sound really is. It's really coming from fat effects, crushing it down and adding a little bit of grit to it. The compressor lifting it all back up, and the reverb is really helping us make that into our own sound there in terms of the piano. And it all seems to sit relatively well sound wise at the minute with the rest of the track. Sounding good. Now I'm going to try and dive a bit more into the Reese and see what else we can do with that now. So at the minute the Reese line is just kind of sitting there moving along. It does its job, it's filling the space. But I feel we can layer this up with something else. So I'm just going to make a duplicate of that and get rid of the EQ on it, on the duplicate. I'm going to copy the Reese down here. And the alchemy patch, I'm going to switch out for an ES2. And I have a couple of preset Reeses that I've made. I'm just going to pop this one in here and see how this works with it. Add in a lot more weight and a lot more of that natural Reese D&B feel. I think having it in as a second layer would be good. Now we're getting some minor pops and clicks with the way it's being played in this instance. So what we're going to do is reduce the voices down to 1, put it in legato. That will just help it slide from note to note. I'm slightly worried that we're going to have some issues with it phasing a lot left to right. On the channel itself, I'm just going to go into Utility, Gain, Stereo, and here we can mono sum it real quick and just make sure that it does actually still work in mono. Certainly loses a lot of the weight. What we can do is leave the gain plugin up with mono on and continue to tweak the ES2 preset until we can get some of that low end back. There's a few different areas we can look at. Detune would potentially be a good place to start. Detune not giving us the result we need. So the solution to get some of the feel back working in mono has been to switch off unison and adjust the balance down to the lower of the three. Something I want to happen now is for these two to also work together and be treated together as well. So we're going to do our same trick as we did before and just make a bus for them. We'll rename it. Now we've both got them together here in a bus. Just click up here and we can introduce a compressor. And the studio FET is probably going to be quite nice here because it's kind of a noisy compressor, add some feel to it. So I'm just going to dial it back. I just want to control it by about 3 dB. Have it all respond together. Attack wise going to be a little bit slower, something like 87, and release wise probably about 120. You'll notice as well I just ratio a lot to get the level of compression I'm after. If you dial back threshold, you can get a lot more responsiveness. So ratio, if I was to put the ratio right up, you're going to get it compressing very smoothly. However, if I was to play with a threshold, I can get it to jump a lot more because it's dependent on those sort of pulses of level. So it's a balance between the two and the taste that you're after. Now it's jumping up in level with the auto gain at -12 here. So I'm going to switch it off and gain it up manually to 3.5, which seems to be the maximum we really take out there. Let's just see how it goes from the single into having the extra sub in there. That's good. It feels a lot more like a drop. It builds up. You don't instantly go, oh, there's a new bass in there. You just kind of feel it all swell up. And that was the kind of thing that I was after really with doing that. But the other thing I think I'd like to do is adjust the cutoffs of both over time so they can build up and ebb and flow a little bit rather than just being this static, like a wobbly sound that's in there. So we're going to hit A for automation and zoom in just a little bit using the mouse wheel. And what I'm going to do is select just this Reese block here, tap U to loop round it. I'm going to set both of these to find the cutoff. So the ES2, the low pass filter cutoff. And in Alchemy, we need to go, let's go to source A, filter 1 and filter 1 cutoff. And that's where we've reduced it there. Okay, so what this lets us do is balance between the two. So we can do things like open up the cutoff on the ES2 separately to the Alchemy one, allowing us to really play around with how it's going to perform. We could do this potentially over each note. We can just use the pencil tool to just click and drag in. If you like, you can assign these to a controller and use that to manually draw them in. By no means an incorrect way to work. I actually really enjoy doing that. Like I said at the start of this course, I wanted to make it so it's accessible for everyone. So if you are just point and click, you can do it that way. If you want to link it to a controller and do it with a control, it's absolutely a great way to go. Cool, so that's clearly too much. And we're just going to play around with things like that just to get a little bit of a different feel. We can see how we can get slightly altered sound per note, different points in the note if we so desire. You can always use the marker here to line it up with key moments in the track. One thing I wish Logic really had was the ability to add like a wave in here. I could make like an extra pulse occur, but alas, still not yet. Something FL Studio wins massively for. Dial those back slightly, and we'll have this push up right at the end. So we press T and W, just going to use the curve there. This might seem like all really trivial small details, but all of those hundreds of little small details will build up throughout the course of a track, and that's really where you get character from in electronic music. That is where it exists and how it kind of transpires in a track. I think something like that. So now let's listen to it before the automation and then with the automation. Yeah, so what a difference that makes. It makes that segment there much more listenable because there's this constant change happening, not just a change of note. And it's going to be really subtle when you listen to it in the track, but it's going to make a big difference overall.
So tell me, I need to know.
When the vocal comes in, it works quite well that it's no longer kind of showing off in the background and poking through the mix because it's all about the vocal at that point. What I will do though is take it from here and apply it again to this first section. It's not going to be a repeat because it's not juxtaposing and fighting with the second bass. So what we're going to do here is just change our second tool to the marquee tool. And we're just going to hold Command. We can highlight all of this. And then by holding Option, we can just drag that automation along and set it in about the right place on the first section as well. So this is going to sound different to this because then we've got the juxta of the other bass coming in and then they both flatten off and let the vocal take over. We've kind of got different parts of the track all performing at different sections now. So let's listen through. Hopefully that's made sense and then it's a good constructive idea for you in creating your track. Cool, so having a listen to that, let's use the marquee tool again. What we're going to do is move the sections ever so slightly so that they don't compete with the vocal, but instead work in these intermittent bits in between. In fact, we won't need to use the marquee tool. What we can do is take this section here, have this quick little spike up here as well. That's going to end just as the vocal comes in there. and we'll just line it up with that there. That's all going to be a bit much, so we'll dial it back a bit. Yeah, and that just there is going to start rising up for this section here. I'm going to try and bring this little wobbly bit in just before this next section starts, like that. And I am as well going to put another point in right at the end where we're just going to really raise it exponentially, but we're going to curve it in like that. We've now got a slightly different performance working with the vocal. Then we've got the two basses performing together. And then we've got pretty much no automation as the whole vocal takes over. And I am really, really happy with the way that's sounding. Let's move on to our next creative endeavor. Okay, so something I think this will benefit from, especially in this section just here, is if we give a bit of a stereo effect to that Reese, but I don't want to affect this actual track itself, and instead I'm going to send it to an aux and give it some effects that way. We're going to have a little play around with some ideas, probably use a chorus. We need to make sure we take all the mids out of it as well, so I'll show you a way we can do that. So what we're going to do here, we're going to give it another bus. We're going to go into buses, and I've been scattering these about. We just stick this one on 5. What I'm just going to do is call it wide bass like that, just so I know roughly what it is and what it's going to be doing. I'll send the full signal to it. And on here, we want to go into our effects, and we are going to look for the stereo spread plugin and try that out. I'm just going to solo it. We want to hear just what the effect's doing. So it's really the uppers and mids we want to kind of spread out a bit. So bring the bass in as well. Still got lots of weight, that's mainly on the sides. Yeah, that gives it a bit of a spread, that's not too bad. Now let's pop an EQ on. What we're going to do here is we're going to change this EQ from stereo processing to mid only like this. And I'm going to do a really steep slope. I'm going to take away all the mid like that. So we should just be left with the sides now. Now when we bring our other bass in, or the original bass that's making this in as well, that should fill up that middle space. Right, so now we've got all those extra sides, we mute it, super central, that makes it feel nice and spread out. Something else we can try with it is using a chorus. That's going to be in modulation. I want the mix to be on 100 since it's on an auxiliary, and then we're literally just going to change the rate and intensity. I'll just put it in before the EQ, so we're still filtering away the mids and just leaving the sides alone. Now we've just got these sides, so it's different in the left and the right. Now the big thing, summing all this into the stereo, we just put the gain plugin on the stereo out, just switch it into mono real quick. We just want to make sure our bass doesn't disappear and it's still fine in mono. So we now got this big wide spread bass here. And that's going to be way more interesting, especially in this section here. That's way too intense at the minute, so we're going to dial this down. I think probably minus 6 dB is going to be about the right bet for that. Take it away. Bring it back. Go a little bit higher, probably go to 3. Now it might not work in here, so we might have to automate it to fade away, but we'll try it out. No, that works really, really nice. All right, something I was thinking about doing with the strings was using a bit of a cheap tape effect. Now I've got the strings EQ just here, and they're all on a bundle, all on an aux together. So let's just loop around where we've got all the strings together. There's a way we can kind of abuse the tape delay plugin. So if we open up our tools, go to delay and grab tape delay, we've got the modulation of like the wow and flutter aspect at the bottom. So we can actually like turn the delay itself, then turn the feedback off. I'm going to turn it wet all the way up to 100%. And now we've got like our clipping threshold, our spread, and our modulation at the bottom. I'm just going to give it a little bit of, ideally like not quite a sample feel, but something that makes it not so uniform. So the tape head mode, we'll go for diffuse. Can bring the low cut up to around 200. It's not going to be in the way of the snare. And LFO. I'm just going to dial some really subtle settings in there. And then for it to work, we need to apply feedback. Now feedback needs to be really, really subtle here. Hopefully you can hear that. It's kind of giving like almost like a ripping rise going through the strings. If I put it up to 100, it will be really extreme. What we're doing is basically mixing this really extreme kind of effect really subtly into the strings here. Okay, so now you've heard it. Let me dial it back down to 23, I think we were at, and you can still hear it. It's still in there and rising up, but it's just hidden among the strings. I'm just going to play it in context just to see if it's worth it. I like it, giving that like rise and fall feel. It stands out loads for me. I can really hear it and I really like what it's doing. It's just giving like a really slow ebb and flow amongst that string section. So we need to just check that it's going to work amongst the whole lot of the strings and throughout the whole track here, because they go on for longer than just that section. All of the strings themselves have got fat effects on by default. I'm just going to have a play around with the like staccato element there. I just think we can distort them just a little bit more than is currently already going on. Okay, so what we've done, added a little bit of grit, added a little bit of soft saturation, taken the amount down a fair bit, and really reduced the release time a lot on the compressor as well, because they're quite short sounds. That was making quite a big difference actually when I dialed it back. It was just really affecting the attack rather than causing it to pump on that vintage VCA there. All right, I've got a couple of ideas of things we can play around with the vocals, so let's dive into that.
I can't get too far.
Right, so this little pause here, I want to do something with this. And I think what we're going to do is get like a reverse vocal delay kind of thing and just fill the space out a little bit. And blend it into the next section. So what we're going to do, I'm going to duplicate the one that's the mid vocal. So just Command D just to make a copy of that track here. And I'm going to bring this down, and I don't want to copy anything. I'm going to stick it on the bottom because it's not part of my main vocals. I'm going to use it as an effect more than anything. And mix wise, we had the tape delay on it. I'm just going to disable it, but we might still use it, which is why I've left it there. Let's just turn automation off so we can zoom in, and let's have a quick listen to like what phrases we've got.
Too far.
That far is quite nice, and this looks like it could be useful.
Scars.
I'm going to hit T and I to get my scissor tool. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to take this. Double tap T, just go back to the normal tool. Hold down Shift to select all the other parts. Backspace to get rid of them. And I'm going to use this part here to make a new effect for the minute. We'll put it onto a new channel. So in our effects here, we are going to go into reverb, and we'll use chroma verb, which is fine. We're going to switch the room to a chamber, and I'm just going to get rid of these points here. I'm just going to flatten them off, something like that. And I want a really long decay, like 3 or so seconds. Huge on the size. I want pre-delay to be instantaneous and 100% wet. Then going to reverse this. Then let's just play that back. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that sound there just by highlighting it, make sure it's highlighted in yellow. I'm going to go into File, I'm going to go Bounce, Region in Place, and then in Region in Place, show me vocals 2 only. We're just going to put verb on there and just take that away and make sure we got new track selected. We want to leave the source alone. I definitely want to include the tail in this. Volume and pan automation, no, we don't want to normalize it either. And that right there is going to give me this. What I'm going to just test out is flipping that in reverse and expector going to reverse, and I want to bring that up to here, and I just want to see how it works like as a transition.
Too far. Oh, you left me.
So let's try that out. We'll just keep those muted for the minute.
Can't get too far.
Yeah, that works pretty well. Obviously we need to take the levels down a bit and just -6 for the moment. Cool, so we need a little less adjustment. We can get rid of that. We're not going to use that again now. And what we're going to do here is we're kind of going to fake a delay. So this phrase goes just like that. We're going to just snap it to there, put a tiny little fade on it, okay? Take it off of mute. I'm going to stick that here, and I'm just going to use the gain and take it down. It's already gone down by 3. I'm going to take it down by 6. On the next one, take it down by 9. On the next one, take it down by 12. Cool, and that gives us just something a little bit more interesting, and we've left that really long reverb on there as well. So we're going to take them all down a little bit further. So I'm going to actually drop it by another 3, like that.
Oh, you left me.
I think something that'd be really nice is just here, is in the drums, we have something a little bit different, and in the chord, I want that chord to land a little bit heavier. Just going to rename the region so it's got heavy in there, just so we know that one is going to be slightly different to the others. I want that chord to be a little bit heavier than the others. But maybe not that much.
Oh, you left me.
And I also want it to sweep in ever so slightly. Let me just dial those back a bit.
Oh, you left me.
And now let's use one of our crashes from before. So we can just bring that one in, I think.
Me
and we're going to have a quick look at our drum automation because we've got it pretty much cut off just here. So we're going to bring it in like that and fade it back off. And then to make sure everything doesn't suddenly come in and we don't want it, we're going to have to mute these out.
Oh, you left me.
Yeah, I like that. It kind of gives the impression it's about to happen, but doesn't. Let's try putting the reverse in there as well. So now what have we got?
I can't get too far. Oh, you left me were scars.
Cool, so I like what we've got so far. Now, the little pause here, what I just heard, or kind of like imagine, you know, I say that a lot, like something I heard is what I imagine I could have heard on the track, was a repeat just on the sides. So what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate this track and do the same again. I'm going to copy this down, do the T and I, and I think it was this phrase here.
I can't get too far. I can't get.
Just take that just there, get rid of these two, and just have that repeat here, but only on the sides.
Can't get too. I can't get.
Yeah, I like the way that's laid up. What we'll do is take them down as a couple, just by another like 2 dB, so they were -6. We'll see them at -8, just so they sit a little bit behind the others.
I can't get too far. Oh, you left me were scars.
And I'm going to do a similar thing here with scars as well. I'm going to copy this over here. Just take this off like this and just have it quite repeated again just on the sides.
Scars.
We can have it repeat literally right in the middle, and we're going to have to wait till there.
Were scars.
We can maybe take the word out of it.
Were scars. Were scars.
And that needs to be even quieter. So we're going to take those down by another 3 dB. And I think we can maybe do a super reverb version of that as well, and copy it again here, reverse it into this section on that really heavy reverb track, but without having to sort of make it its own sample this time. But let's listen to the whole passage and hear what we've got.
I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are?
Cool, so I really like it as an effect. It needs some mixing, the balance isn't perfect, but it helps keep everything moving. It gives a nice extra layer to the vocals. The one last thing I'm going to do here is just have the tell me repeat again as well, which I just think is going to sound good. So we can just do that right off here. I think that is the tell me phrase, and we're going to have that as a really like reverbed up version.
Can you tell me what?
And obviously it needs to go down a lot in level, and potentially at -12 it can really sit back in the mix. And notice I'm not being super restrictive and like on point with the timing. I kind of like it being a little bit off, because the music and everything still works with it. Might change my mind, but at the minute I like the way it's going.
Can you tell me what we are?
All right, so for context, let's have a listen to what we've just done. What we'll do, we'll mute out all of this stuff, listen through, and then I'll bring it back in, and hopefully we're going to prefer it with all the add-ons and changes I just made.
I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are? I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are?
Now, I really prefer that. It adds a lot more to it. It's really subtle. We can, when we get to our mixing stage, really control it, bring everything back and get the levels right. But for the minute, like as an idea concept, bang on for me. I might find I do other bits to that through the vocal as we go. I've shown you the technique, so might skip that in showing you. But yeah, I think we're going to do lots more of that to help the song really move on a lot more.
So tell me.
So like I mentioned, I might go through the whole track and do lots of those same processes, and I don't want to show you those each time, but something I'm going to play around with here are these ums that we've got that just sit under the main melody. Something I want to try is kind of like thicken them up, widen them up, give a big feel to it. They sit quite nicely where they are. If I just loop these. Yeah, just kind of sat in the background. I just want to try doing some other things with them, and if they work, I can maybe use them again in other places. So like from where I duplicate this channel, and one of the first things I'm going to try is just copy this one down here, put it in exactly the same place, trim it a touch there, and I'm literally going to transpose it down an octave and see what kind of effect we get. All right, so now layered with this one. So what happens if we do the same process again? You guessed it, let's go up an octave. they work really nicely as layers. And I'm going to do that with the whole lot. There's a super simple technique that we can use right there. So these ones went up, and you don't have to type plus, you can just type the value you want in when you're going up. However, when you're going down, you do need to stick the minus in there. Let's try that out. Now, something they definitely need is a bit of reverb and sitting in their own space now that we've done that with them. Especially, it's really evident here on the last one, so maybe we'll even push that into the reverb with a touch of automation. So let's take all three, just shift and click, highlight the whole lot. Let's go to the bus and let's send them to, let's just do the large room like everything else. And that's going to be way too much, but we'll get an idea. Okay, that kind of works. That gives them their own space. They're still sat back quite nicely in the mix. Yeah, I like what's going on here. What I think we might need to do is tune them up ever so slightly though. So we'll look at putting auto tune on them. There's a couple of ways we can approach these. We can just use the auto-tune plugin itself. If we just go into our effects, into pitch and pitch correction, we can just tune this to the key of the track, which was, if I remember correctly, F sharp minor. So we can just go in here, we can put it in something like the minor pentatonic and take F sharp. That's going to make sure it holds it in pitch. All you ever really need to adjust is the response. And I want this to respond quite quickly. So notice if we had it slower, it went through like a whole series of notes. If we bring it fast, it just goes through two. So in context, okay, so that's just going to help it hold it in tune. The other way we could do it would be to use flex pitch. But this has worked for us in this case. Now we're just going to copy this over to the lower octave one. Now we might need to change the range on here over to low, but it's unlikely. It'll probably be okay for us. And definitely a little bit slower on the speed. Cool, so with all three. Now the pitched up one's just got this little bit of resonance in it, which is kind of annoying me. I'm just going to take the low end out while we're here because we definitely don't need it or want it, probably to around the 200 marker. That's probably going to be this here around 1K-ish. What we're going to do, we're just going to make a spike, boost it up dramatically, and just want to listen to whether it's pleasant or unpleasant. And it just starts to whistle here. And that is what we're going to dial back by about 6 dB. All in all, that's kind of all right. Now the other thing I'm going to do is just give them a quick rename. We'll call it high and low, so we know what they are. And I'm going to give it a bit of panning as well. So let's just take this section here, and we're going to put the high on the left because I've got an idea of putting some of the drums in the mix, like the hi-hat and things, slightly off to the right. That's where I like to put them. The low, do you know what? I think we'll keep the low center. Maybe put the original slightly off to the right. Yeah, that's just got a slightly nice spread about it now. I think what was good about that, I might be able to use those lower ones in here as well. And because we've got 3 different ones, we could, we could vary them up as well. But let's see if it sits at all enjoyably here.
They used to be so.
What we could do, we could try the reverse trick as well. That could be quite pleasant for it. Now, what we'll need to do to get it to be able to reverse is we have to bounce it in place because it's currently got flex on from the pitch down adjustment. So what we have to do is do the same thing. Before we're going to select that particular region, we can go into File and Export, File and Bounce, and Region in Place. You can do Command B as well. And we're going to do this low rev test. So we know what it is, a new track, same as everything as before. Beautiful. It gives it a new track. And now we'll be in a position where we can reverse it like so. And we want it to really transition perfectly into that next phrase there.
My mind, they used to.
So we can just bring it back a little bit. And what that definitely needs is to be sent heavily to a larger reverb. Potentially even a delay would work nicely on it as well, but let's just, for the minute, send it to that large concert hall like that. And then ever so slightly down in level. Just take the gain down by 3. Like that, and I'm going to put a delay directly on the channel. What I'm going to do is use a stereo delay. I'm going to have a slight difference between the left and the right. So we've got our left and the right options just here, and then the 2 differences here. What we can do is actually, for example, set them both to say 1/4 like this, and then have a deviation as well. So they are ever so slightly different between the 2. And we just have a really small percent, but it's still within that range of the 1/4. They're just going to be slightly off from each other. And a low cut, probably 300 hertz or so. Don't really need any of that body in there. High cut them slightly differently, and give them different feedback as well, and cross blend them as well. Depends what we need. Let's just play it back and hear how that works as a little transition for us. That works quite nicely. I think it would be too much to do it in every section here. However, but here might work quite well. I think what might work really nicely is to take the middle ones here, but then you use them again just when the break comes in. So the break comes back in here. But we'll use this reverse one we just made. There's like a transition into that. Here, I'm just going to use this first individual one here just to fill a little bit of space in. Starts just around there. Just noticed a really tiny pop just here, and I think it's in this vocal. Yeah, it is just the plosive of the first word, so it might be just this little bit here. So what we're going to do to tackle that is just highlight all 3. We've got a tiny little fade in. We're just going to bring this in just so it fades in over that pop.
But I can't.
Cool, I hope that's given you some more creative ideas, and it's definitely building out more and more of the vocal performance as we go along. Okay, so I've done a couple of extra little bits, especially with the vocals and things, but I've not used any new techniques or any new ideas. And the beauty is you have this entire project, so you can actually dive into it and really listen through and see how everything's been built. Save me repeating myself, make an investment in your time this way as well. So what we're going to do is we are going to move on to the mixing stage here. First things first, I'm going to do a tiny little bit of housekeeping just so we can get everything working nicely. Now, as we were building out, I made a drums bus and that sits right up here. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that drums bus and just drag it right the way to the bottom here. I'm going to go to my mixer channel. We're going to have like this kind of mix mash here where we've got like the click and other bits on. What we can do is we can just click on tracks here now, and this should have everything in order as it is on the screen. The problem is it's going to put my auxes after that drums bus. Well, it doesn't necessarily matter too much because I'm probably going to have to automate something at some point on these other buses as well. So we're just going to tap on the strings, hold shift, click through to the wide bass, and we're going to right click and create track. And they are now all going to appear in here as well. Now, I keep them at the bottom. Some people might keep them at the top. Personal preference, I just like them to be right at the end of the mixer chain. So they are now all there together. Drums, strings, vocals, bass, and wide bass. You might want to color them in the colors of the individual regions that are already in your track. I tend to just leave them in a block of yellow and just know that I'm going to be working probably off them 5 for the most part. Now, throughout all of this, I've had a channel EQ on the stereo, just doing a top and tail. Now, we're going to go to the mixing stage now. So if we've got any crazy low end or some horrible highs and things that have managed to appear, now we're going to fix them individually on the channel. So we don't need that guy there anymore. I've had a limiter on here, which is mainly been so I don't get any distortion in recording the video. I'm going to leave this on just for that purpose, but just know I would normally not mix into a limiter on minus 0.1 like we've got it here, meaning if I'm getting up to that anyway, I've done something wrong in my mix. But while in the creation stage and messing about with sounds, just didn't want any clipping, and I still don't want any issues to occur, so it's left on there just for that purpose. The other thing on here is the gain plugin. The reason that's on there, quick switch to mono. I'm going to leave it on there, but it's going to be disabled. And when I need it, I'll enable it and pop it into mono to test things like that. Going to stick the limiter down as the furthest thing in the chain. We'll just leave that on just in case any issues pop up or we have some craziness with some effects of some kind. Now, throughout the course of creating this, I've made lots of gain adjustments. So I've continuously really gain staged the track so that massive adjustments aren't really going to be needed. Now, Logic 10.5 plays a smart game as well in that certain things that you pull in, it's going to adjust the faders. So we've already got lots of fader adjustments going. And as a result of our gain staging, the smart stuff that Logic does for us, we've actually got a pretty coherent balance already. What I'm going to be doing now is listening to the individual buses that we've got made. And I work in a process where I will actually work backwards from the bus. I get the bus sounding as good as possible first, and then I go to the individual elements and tracks. And the way that I will usually work is in an order of drums, bass, vocals, everything else. Those are the fundamentals in what I work with. Kick drum needs to come through, snare drum needs to come through, bass needs to be there, vocals need to be super prominent. Those are my main elements. Everything else is kind of secondary to those. If those elements don't work and exist, the drum and bass track with vocals has fallen apart. Once those are there, everything else can be tapered around them to really sit and work. So as you would imagine, I'm actually going to start with drums. What I'll tend to do is loop a busy part of the track. So this section here has pretty much all of our different drum performances going on, and it has even the rolls and things going on here. If I start it slightly off, I'll even have our extra drum roll in there. So if we solo the drum bus, we've got everything together. Now, level-wise, if I just click on stereo, I can see and reset it that we're coming in a touch hot. We've got 5.2 dB of headroom. When we bring our bass in, that's probably going to go down a little bit. I want to be somewhere between the -6 and -3 dB range for my mix. This at the minute is okay. We need to really keep control of that as we go forward. Now, already on the drums channel, I've got 2 EQs. Remember, I've got one doing this sort of lift up that we had before and a roll off here. And I've got the other one that was being used as a filter. The one that's being used as a filter, fine, I'm just going to leave it as is. We're not really going to touch it. However, we might need to work on this one here and just have a listen through the sound as we go along. Now, a general rule for EQ and compression: do you EQ first? Do you compress first? Well, it depends on what you need to do. Think of it this way: if we're going to put a big boost in for an EQ and then compress it, well, we just reduce the dynamics of that big boost. So it kind of defeated the point, because if we boosted by 3 dB and then we compressed by 3 dB, we lost 1.5 dB of that boost that we made, which was kind of pointless in doing. In which case, we'd be in a better position to compress and then do our EQing first. However, if we're removing problem areas, it's often better to EQ first. So in short, there's no specific rule. You're going to have to figure out what works best for you. What I'm going to show you now is a really simple technique I use to find problem sounds and areas that we might want to adjust. Now, the EQ on the drums at the minute, it sounds all right. The drums definitely need some work though. So something I'll do here is I'll take a band that's not being used like this, and I'll give a ridiculously high boost like this. And this is why we've got the limiter on. Now, using the mouse wheel, we can just narrow off that cue. And I don't want it to be too narrow and too harsh. And what I'm then going to do is I'm going to sweep through, and I'm going to be listening to bits that stand out and sound really nice and bits that don't, essentially. There, for example, really brings the shaker out. Lets me know you might want to work on the shaker a little bit and bringing that out in the mix. That's bringing out a lot of the ride. There's something that's not too nice, so we're going to narrow it off a bit more. Really try and find it. There it is. You can hear that kind of horrible resonant frequency, right? Well, now I've found it and we're bang on where it is. I'm actually just going to dial that out just a little bit, just like that. And we'll do the same process again. Now we've got a similar thing going on here with 1K, right? Or around 1K. But it's not an unpleasant sound. It's kind of like rhythmic, right? I want you to just listen to that and then compare it to this one just here. That's unpleasant and uncomfortable, right? Whereas this is actually kind of in tune. It's still a resonant frequency, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. We're getting into like the box range here, sort of the 400 through 600 area. And having too much in here can really muddy up a mix. It's that muddy region. So this here, this can probably take a dip. Now, it's not a specific frequency I want to cut here, so I'm going to broaden this out a bit. Lift it back up. Yeah. That kind of muddies up the whole drums. We don't really need it. We're just going to dial it back just a couple of dB. I've made 2 small looking but pretty big changes right now, including obviously this big lift up here. So we're just going to A and B the EQ real quick. Damn, so how dry are those drums now? Yeah, so that's a lot more going on, a lot more presence, a lot more clarity to it. The other thing we can do is just A and B the actual adjustment we've made. I think that can actually go another dB down. So it's difficult to hear what this is doing. Focus on the kick drum and the body of the snare when I A-B it. Yeah, they become more prominent because that muddiness is just being dipped away just by a few dB. It makes a big difference. Now this guy here, we might not hear so much, but the problem being when we listen to a track really loud, you know, that 3 dB reduction's being undone. So that frequency that's unpleasant, or maybe even that frequency that's maybe, you know, not. Now this guy here, we might not hear as much, might not be much of an issue. Think of it like this though, if we really turn this track up and that frequency there that's unpleasant is suddenly very, very loud, it's going to become a lot more unpleasant. So dialing it back, sort of a lower level where we might not hear it, makes a difference in the long run. But let's just A-B it. Yes, it's hard to hear that really doing anything, but we know when we boost it, it's there. So if the whole track was to be turned up nice and loud, that unpleasant frequency is there. So we just want to dial it back and control it. In terms of the low end, we seem okay. We've just done a roll off at 20. We can probably bring that up to about 30 without really losing anything. Give a bit of room for a sub as well. Yeah, so that actually helps tighten it up a little bit. It's a little bit flabby now, right? And when we bring it in, listen, it just tightens up that kick. So our EQ changes are like this. Just EQ changes. I think the simple question is, does it sound better with the EQ? The answer is yes. I'm in two minds. I might actually dial these back a little bit, but for the minute I'm going to leave them. We'll see how, if the mix gets too bright, we know they're potentially a culprit. All in all, that's sounding pretty good. So the other thing these drums definitely need is gluing together. At the minute, they sound like lots of separate cut drums with a drum break behind them. Like dead simply, you can hear the individual elements. So we're going to use compression to bring them all together. We're going to use the vintage VCA, which is like based around being an SSL style compressor. First things first, auto gain off. Ratio wise, probably somewhere like 3:1. Take the threshold right off. Now attack wise, attack on these drums feels like it's going to be somewhere between like 10 and 20 milliseconds. What we can do to find the attack really easily, take the attack to 0, bash the threshold really far back. And look, as we start to lift the attack up, the punchiness starts to come back through. I think it's fair to say around there, 13.5, our punchiness has come back. So knock the threshold back off. Now release time, I generally stick around 80 for D&B tracks. It just fits really well, but you can adjust it to preference depending on what you're after. Knee, I'm just going to leave it roughly around where it is. I don't think it will need adjusting. And I'm just going to dial the threshold back. I want to take about 3 dB out to just squish the drums together a little bit, and then I'm going to lift them back up. just need to check the peaks on our drum. So at the minute, the break's peaking at about -6. And we're getting a lot of extra gain from the compressor. So we're going to dial the threshold back a bit more. So it's going to compress harder. It will still be in around the same ballpark level-wise. Yeah, so we're compressing by about 5 dB, giving it a gain of about 2.5 back. Now the different modules in Logic, the different modules of compressors all behave a little bit differently. And in this case, this vintage VCA is giving us an extra little bit of gain that we're not necessarily putting in. So we're taking it down by 5, we're adding 2.5 back, but we're somehow still around the same level we were before. So we're getting an extra little bit of lift. And that will likely be due to the algorithm it's being run through to give it kind of that classic SSL feel, bit of noise and stuff in there. But it does a nice job, and we've kept an eye on what we're doing. Our levels are pretty good. We've kept it at the same point. We've compressed it so it feels a little bit louder and bigger anyway. So we're in a good space. And that's pretty much all she wrote in terms of the drum bus. That's all I really need to do. Now, the things I'm hearing now are that maybe the drum break we've used could use a bit of extra compression just to flatten it out a bit more in the mix. And individually, the things like the snares and that are going to need some EQ just to really make the drums fully fleshed out. Now, where to start? Well, simply the kick is our fundamental. It's the thing that controls the track and helps it move along. So we need to make these guys work together. So we're just going to put an EQ up on both. We're literally going to side by side them. And we can see there's quite a lot going on. Now, the flabbiness we were having in the kick before is likely going to be all this low end here on kick 1 that we probably don't need. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of that, because it's likely just having a battle with the fundamental kick here, which is what we've got in kick 2. So we're just going to switch the low end on, go for probably a 24 dB slope. And looking at this, we'll probably roll it off to about 60. We're going to take all of that away and make sure that we don't lose all the body of our kick. So for me, all that's done is tighten it up. Now we're going to do a similar thing on kick 2, except we're only going to go to about 30 Hertz. We don't need all this extra low end being lifted up here, because we know we're going to have a sub in like the 40, 30, 20 range doing a note every now and then. We want that to be pure as anything. This isn't doing anything for us. We don't need it there, so we're going to get rid of it. And we're going to be harsh with the slope again. And I'm thinking we can probably go as far as 40. So I want to hear both EQs on and off. So I can just highlight both channels like this and just disable one. It will take them both off. That's way better, just from taking the low end away. Let's hear it in context. Yeah, see? It was nicer before. It's kind of a bit flabby. This just tightens it up even more. Yeah, what a difference that makes. Now, I don't really think anything's needed adding, especially on kick 2, but I'm just going to have a quick sweep through kick 1 here, and just to see if we can maybe lift up this area a bit, just to get a bit of a high-end kick feel, so it does still translate on systems that aren't my good set of headphones or speakers, right? So, you know, make sure that on a phone or something like that, it's still got that rhythm there coming from the kick, and I think this is going to be our way to do it. Maybe, maybe not. Now that is just helping the kick knock a little bit harder, but what I'm going to have to do is be a bit surgical and take out some of the muddy mids here as well. I'm going to lift that up quite a way, I reckon about 4 dB. Let's listen to how much more that knocks now. However, we brought loads of low end up with it. Let's just turn the drums bus off. And in here, we've got some gnarly muddy bits. That one there, for example. Get that straight gone. And we'll take this guy here and do a similar thing. I reckon about there. There you go. And let's get those gone. I'm not taking these down any particular amount. I'm just listening for the difference. I want to widen that one up, actually. There we go. Hopefully you can hear the difference there. I mean, these are subtle differences, but we need to do all of these subtle differences together to get a banging mix together. Right, we've got our kicks mixed, we've got our drum bus going quite nicely. I think now let's move on to the rest of the drums. Right, the other big fundamental thing in the drums is obviously our snare. Now we've got 3 on the go. Got my sharp snare for my sample pack. Got this real snare layer, every other snare. We've got this live snare. Just by having those alternators, what's helping create a rhythm. But again, we want them all to work coherently together. Now, I don't think any of these samples need compression at all, which is useful for us. But there's definitely a little bit of treatment that's needed. Now, my sharp snare, generally, I just end up getting rid of all this low end. I made it in a synth, and for some reason, it still generates loads of low end. I'm going to take this all the way up to 160. That way, it still has this fundamental here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the Q up a little bit more, so it actually gives a boost. And then I'm just going to roll it on that boost, just so it kind of sticks through like that. So we're just like this. Yeah, just a tiny bit more body to it. The real snare's got a bit of a hat and it's a bit dirty and there's all kinds going on. And it's still got that body around 200 Hertz. There's no real low end going on. There is a bit of this burst around 6K. You really catch it on the right ear. I don't know if you can hear that. Well, I want to control just that right side. I don't want to take everything out because it sounds good on the left. 2 things we could do. We could take just the left channel and stick it in mono, or we could EQ just the right-hand side, and that's what we're going to do. What we're going to do here to make sure we don't run into any issues is we are going to go grab the linear phase EQ. And it's just in the same EQ channel. It's just called the linear phase. And because we're going to be adjusting just one side The linear phase stops any phase issue then happening with the left on the slopes of the curve. I won't dive too much into it, but if you're EQing just one side of a sound, linear phase is a better way to go. Also, if you're EQing lots of similar sounds recorded with the same mic, linear phase can help you out as well. So processing wise, we're going to switch it to right only, as you would imagine. And it was around 6K. We're just going to give it a dip around there. That feels way more central now. It's not leading off too much to the right, and I prefer that. Now, I do think there's something nice in this snare we can also bring out. We're going to go and add a regular EQ on as well. And we're just going to do that sweep, slightly broader this time. I think just there. Just a little lift, just to bring some attention to it. And the other thing I'm going to do, I'm actually going to slope off a lot of this noise at the end. So I'm just going to put the low pass on, change the slope to 6 dB and dial it back like this. Don't need all that burst of white noise in there. Now, I don't think it really needs anything apart from it's got this low end in. We just don't need that interfering with our kick. So we're going to do the same trick as before. Put in an 18 slope. And we're going to bring that right up to about 180, just below that 200 Hertz fundamental. And then we're just going to push that up slightly like that. All right, so let's check out in context all of the EQ adjustments that we just made. Okay, I'm going to switch the order of the linear phase. We'll try that. So the kick's got loads more room, it's loads more punchy, works really well. The snare is sticking out quite nicely as well. We've got lots of space for that fundamental. One thing I can definitely hear is on the one that we've called the real snare, lots of that noise just isn't needed. So I want to find what is sort of the most prominent burst of noise. It's probably going to be right up here. I'm just going to take it away entirely. I think it's actually around 1K. Just get rid of that. Yeah, that makes a lot of difference. All right, so in the next section, let's dive into the rest of the drums and then we'll move on from there. All right, so let's address the rest of the drums. Now, the biggest thing really is the Bluebird kit, which we've got in here. And I haven't even used the multi-kit because we're really only using a couple of elements. We can control the dynamics by making it into MIDI. I think we're good to go with it. I would often go into the browser over here and you're able to switch it into the producer kit, which you can see down here. And that gives you all the multi-outs for the entire drum kit, and you can individually adjust each element. But for what we're using it for here, it's so minor, I don't think we really need to do that. And if we solo this guy out, I think what we'll do is we are going to split that roll out so it's got its own thing. So we're going to just Command D the channel just here. I mean, if it was audio, I'd just cut it out, but we're going to take this bit here and drop it down here. And that's probably the only change I'm going to have to make. Okay, so that rides the main thing. Now it all sounds really nice. I mean, they're like the stock Logic sounds, they're going to sound good. Should I rename this Bluebird Kit to Rolls? You know, it doesn't really need anything doing to it, but I'm going to have a look at it with the EQ. They put like room mics and stuff in to give it a feel, so it might have some dodgy low end that we don't need. Look at that. In fact, the low end's the loudest part coming out. Isn't that cheeky? So let's just roll you off. Isn't it mad how that sounds super loud as well, but we can't see anything in here? You know, that is the nature of having the compressor afterwards that's slamming it and put on hard distortion. Check this out. There's nothing really going on, but we got loads of level because it's being distorted. If we switch the order of these guys, it's going to be a smarter move for us, what we're doing. So we want that compression to be in there first and then the EQ afterwards in this case. Okay, so we're just going to sweep through. Now, I don't want that ringing too much. So I'm just going to make sure that's dipped away. Oh, that's kind of boxy there. I'll probably just take that back just a little bit. I mean, it's barely noticeable, but I'm going to make the adjustment anyway. And I think we can do with a little lift around 4K, if I'm honest. It really helps the shaker and a nice bit of the cymbals pop out together. Right around here. Right around there, look. And actually, I just want to cook it a little bit more. What I mean by that is like give it a lift you wouldn't normally kind of expect. And I'm going to use a different tool for it. If we go into EQ, we've got a vintage EQ collection. We're going to use the Tube EQ. This is an emulation of a Pultec. I actually really love my UAD one, but at least we've got an option in Logic. It's not my favorite, but it will do the job in a pinch. So on the high boost, what we need to do is set the high bandwidth to be kind of wide. Set the high frequency to not happen until about 12K, and then lift it like this. And dial it back. And then we set the high attenuation to about 10K. Then we attenuate by about half of what we just boosted. All it does is lift up that shine. Might be too much, but at the moment I like the way it sounds. Too much. dial you back to about 4. Right, the other things are just kind of like candy, right? As in little effects that sit on top. So big crashes and the rolls. And they all sound solid. They've already got their roll off. The roll itself here is compressed really hard. It sticks out in the mix. It works as is. If anything, it can maybe come up to 0. And you know what? It can maybe have its own little lift as well with the tube EQ. We'll bring it back to about 6K though. Now I've lifted up those bits individually. I don't think we need that overall big boost on the bus just here. I think we can dial that back just a couple of dB. I think it still needs to be there to a degree to lift everything up. But it's now a little bit much, and I like what we've done with the ride individually. So that should help the ride stand out and still be nice and bright and shiny, and let everything else dial itself back a touch. I think we can probably just double click. Instead of having that at plus 3.5, can probably just have it at about 2. Last thing, it might be nice to send the roll so it's got a bit of a room reverb. It's going to bus 1 currently. The others are there as well. What's it like with a full amount? Clearly way too much, but if we dial it back by about 12 dB ish. Even 9. That gives it more of a natural feel. I like the way it peels off as well. Let's try it out. Well, now level-wise, it's going way too high now. So we're going to put the tube EQ before the compressor. And on the compressor, we're going to make use of our limiter. It's currently switched on and engaged. And I'm going to be ruthless and dial it back -6. Now notice it's not a hard limiter like you'd expect. It's still dependent on the settings and the feed into it. So -6 was just enough to get away with it there. It still comes out at -4.7. Our overall bus itself, we've lost 0.5 dB to what we originally had, but we're sounding way better. So let's put it all in context. Let's turn the EQ off here and let's highlight all of our channels. So this is the break we had. So here's the break we had. All in all, I think that's improved our drums sort of exponentially over that by adding all of those tiny little changes, really minor in some cases, but when you suddenly switch them all on, you see a big difference, right? So that's sort of part one of the drums done. Next, bass, vocals and whatnot. And, you know, we keep going over and over until we've got this squared away. So let's jump into the next bit and we'll start looking at the bass and just sculpting that into its own little space. So now we're going to work on the bass in the track. And yeah, in this track, it's relatively simple. We've just got that Reese line, which is this guy just here that we made in Alchemy. That just pulses along. And then we've just got the layered up section, which is the ES2. Just to thicken it up. We haven't got huge changes in that. It just fills up the space and kind of moves the track along, gives it something to sit on. So we're going to do the same process, but we're going to start with the bass. And on the bass already, we've got Fet doing a little bit of control, haven't we? Really, really simple what it's doing. And we can probably leave that in there doing its job. We know it's controlling the bass as we liked already. Something I do want to have a look at though is maybe changing the sound a little bit and livening it up. And I'm going to do that from the bass. I'm just going to start with an EQ very simply. And I just want to have a listen to any areas we might want to bring up. I think the bass could do with a little bit more sort of brightness to poke through in the mix. Like in Context, here we are. It's got a bit of space, we can hear it, but I think sort of that 1K range, it could just poke through just a little bit more, just kind of become present. Something else we can see here, which is really nice, where we've been making sure we've got rid of all that unnecessary low end. We've still got that bass sitting in this area here, and that's really what we've been preserving there, giving it that weight and that space to sit on without it conflicting with everything else, or stacking all those frequencies up to just completely waste our low end headroom. We can just see that rolling around here in sort of the sub 40 region. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give this a boost and just do the little sweep. And I'm not going to do the big high sweep this time. I just want to give it just a few dB up, like maybe 6 dB or so, and just listen to if an area helps it stand out and sit a little bit more, feel a bit brighter. We're going to roll with that. It's just what I'm thinking might work. It might not. We'll try it. So for me, right around 800, sort of here, it's just a really nice bit that stands out in the mix. So let's just do this soloed. Right around here. Nice subtle lift. Something like that. Just helps it feel a little bit more balanced. That's nice. Okay, something else I'm going to do. This is going to be a bit of an advanced trick, but we are certainly going to try it. We are going to make an auxiliary, and I'm going to do a really distorted section around that using the Alchemy patch. So at the moment, Alchemy already has a bus going out to bus 5. I will do this one really split apart, so when you open the project you can find it. It's going to go to bus 20, and we're going to call it dist band. It's just going to be a distorted band. The first thing I'm going to put on it is an EQ. I'm going to put on both the top and the tail, so the high pass and the low pass. Stick them both to 24 dB. I'm going to bring them around 500 and around 2K-ish. I'm then going to send the alchemy reset to it in full and solo it, so we're going to have this. Right, so we've just got that band. Now I'm going to put something ahead of it. So if you want to put things in a different order, you've got a line that appears just above channel EQ there. I'm going to go to multi-effects. I'm going to go fat effects and stereo. And I'm going to distort this, just using mainly this distortion section here. We'll do something like dirt. And what I want to do is give loads of extra harmonics in this area. When we put the bass back with it, we've now got that extra bit. Now we can control it from the resection here. I can decide how I want to balance it. Switch it off. Goes away massively, got a really low res. Then we can put this really distorted frequency space back in. That's too much at the minute, going to dial it back. Something like -9-ish kind of range, probably going to be alright. Let's try it in context. Give it some varied drive as well. So hopefully you get what that's doing there. Where I didn't really have too many frequencies before, I've now got a band that I can specifically boost out without just adding an EQ boost. I've just added loads of distortion just to that band, and I can blend it with this control just here. All I'm really doing now is just controlling it, so at those extremes it doesn't get too much. Now something else we can do to really have a bit of fun with this is look at putting something like a reverb on it. So if we were to put chroma reverb on it, and we'll have it, so we've got a bit of a different mix. We're actually going to have 100% dry and maybe something like 50% wet. And let's have rooms. Let's go dense studio room. Now it's really got its own space. So this works really nicely. The last thing it needs is just some dynamic control. And again, we're going to use a compressor and just do that. We're going to leave this one on platinum. We don't want any special kind of effects going on. But when it really opens up, this is still distorting too much, but it's nice for the other notes. So we're just going to control the dynamics using this. I'm going to put it on quite a harsh ratio, something like over 4. I want the attack to be relatively slow to catch it. So it can be something like 60 milliseconds. And then the release probably sort of in the 120 range. The knee can be a little bit adjusted as well. We need to turn auto off, auto gain off, and we're just going to dial our threshold back to catch those key moments. So most of the time we don't want the compressor to be touching, but when it really opens up, that's when we want to get some compression to happen. beautiful. So you can see there the lower tones that are going on, the compressor doesn't trigger, but when it does open up, the compressor kicks in, does it nice and smoothly. It doesn't just whip the volume away, so it lets a little bit get through and then catches it. But we're not adding any gain, we're just taking away here, and that just helps it keep a nicer balance. I mean, the effect that we've made is going to be quite mad if we solo it out. It doesn't sound like we should put that in a mix at all, but when we put it with the bass, just going to help that bass stand out. Cool. Now we're just going to have a look at the individual two just to make sure there's nothing going on, but we built them both from scratch, so they should be all right, to be honest. You know, we EQ'd this one already. We know this is okay. And the ES2's just got a gain plugin on. Now let's just pop an EQ in there. Yeah, we'll just put a low cut on just to make sure we don't get anything we don't need. We can just put it at 40 Hertz. Actually, probably bring it up to 50, looking at the notes there. And yeah, they're just all working together. They're being compressed at the bus side. We've done that dist band effect with them. Gives it some stereoness and some space. You know, let's just get our gain plugin up on the master track. And pop it in mono. Everything's still good in mono. Sticks through nicely. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all we need to do there. We've just given it a bit of control. The space that maybe needed a little bit more, I've shown you that effect where we can just make a really narrow band, distort it, control it, use chroma reverb to give it a bit of space. It will work really well. Okay, so it's time to approach the vocals, and same process. We're going to start with the buses, but obviously the vocals have got lots of other elements and things that come into play. So what we need to do is have a listen through the different sections and make sure we're not losing anything, and see what kind of compression we're going to need, and potentially an overall like broad EQ as well before we go into the details of each one. Now everything just goes to the one bus, so when we select it, it's going to literally show us all of these different channels, but we need to have a listen to the individual parts, and how they sit on the track is also going to be very important, especially when we're dialing in things like compression. So if we look at the earlier section here, it's a lot less dynamic than what we've got over here, for example. So if we compress this area, and then when we get to here, it's going to get absolutely slammed. So we need to listen to how everything's going to sit, and maybe work on the individual channels when it comes to that kind of thing.
I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are?
So there's nothing like glaringly standing out. Balance is good, even on the other sections we've got right at the start as well.
Can you tell me what we are?
That's all good as well.
Oh, no,
So here's a really good example of like an area that would need compression. So let's take this section here. We're going to zoom right in. It starts off like quite loud. However, this last phrase right here is almost whispered and it just starts to get lost. Okay. So we could do this as a whole on the track, but we need to be really careful that we're not touching the louder sections too much, because we're going to bring a lot more dynamic out later as well. The other way that we could do it is to bring just that phrase up. And I think that's what we're going to do here. So what we'll do to bring just this phrase up is select all of these. We're going to do T and I, and we're going to slice it just here. Just that last phrase that gets brought out slightly. And we're going to zoom in. We're going to make sure very subtly that we're just going to put a little crossfade in. And we do that by getting this icon up here and dragging the opposite way. And it gives a little crossfade. And the reason we're doing that, because we're going to make a gain change, we might get that little jump. So the crossfade is just going to blend the two together. Now, if we select all three, and we can just add gain back, instead of it being -3 like we made it, we'll make this particular phrase -2 and just gives it 1 dB back. I'm going to give it another ½ dB, so it's going to go to -1.5. And that just simply makes it more listenable right off the bat. So we fixed one small issue and we haven't even had to reach for any effects yet. Let's take this larger section here. Remember, this has got all these extra bits underneath and these might need some balancing out. And that all sits really, really well. Now, the reason I took the strings out, the strings are going to be sort of a backing element for everything to sit on, but they're quite dominating there. We need to really come to dial those back when we mix them. But with all the main elements in, the vocal sits all right there as well. It could maybe use just a little bit of compression. There is a big jump between the two. Again, we're going to go through everything else before we do that. Let's take this large section. Let's take this large section just here.
They used to be so kind, but now I feel so blind. All my thoughts in my mind. Oh no, I love you, but I can't see your view.
Cool. So there's something that definitely needs its own little space and raising up. We've got the extra little sections just here. And they are just pretty much completely lost. My way of resolving that is going to be to give them their own sections because we can, and we've got enough channels to do so. So same trick as usual, we're just going to duplicate them over. What we'll do is copy both, just copy them down one like that. Take the back section, just like so. And I think it's from here, right? Cool, so just give that the tiniest lead in. Take these two and just roll them away. And now we'll just move them side by side. Okay, so what we're going to do first off, adjust the gain. They can probably come to 0. And the other thing I really want to do is send them quite heavily over to the reverb. So we're going to send them off to bus 2 with the others. Perhaps a really harsh amount. Cool, way too much. Okay, and the trick we're going to end up doing on these will be like a really long release, but we'll probably tackle them individually rather than looking at the bus here. And we know that this last section should be all good as well.
So tell me, I need to know, who are we? Is this something you could show? Is this something you could show? I need to know.
So balance-wise, we can hear the vocals all the way through. Something that kind of needs to happen, it's really going to be for these louder sections, which works out well because we don't have to go crazy with our compression. It's just to glue them together a bit. They feel a little bit disjointed still.
So tell me,
Like they all happen together, but you can kind of tell it's multi-layered. You want to make it feel like a big thick vocal. Same thing we did with the drums, a little bit of compression sticks them all together. So we are going to put a compressor on there. I like to use usually the vintage VCA. So we're going to do that again. Really light on the ratio, about 2.5. We dial the threshold in. Knee, going to bring it right back. Attack wise, I think it can be relatively slow, probably around the 40 region. So what we'll do for attack is we will just dial it in real quick like this.
so tell me, I need to know. So tell me, so tell me.
Okay, so 74 feels like a nice, it doesn't suddenly like pull out from the vocal, it lets it happen a little bit. Just do that by compressing it really, really harshly, and then you can kind of hear what's going on. So if the vocal comes in, it suddenly pulls it back really, really quickly. It doesn't necessarily work too well. So I've ended up at about 74 milliseconds for the attack on there. We'll just bash the threshold back now. Don't want any makeup gain, we want auto switched off. Actually, we can leave auto release on for the vocal, and we do want auto gain switched off. We don't want any distortion. Let's just dial this in. I just want it catching maximum sort of 3 dB.
So tell me, so tell me, so tell me, I need to know. So tell me, I need to know. Who are we? Is this something you could show?
Okay, let's just test the levels there, because as we've seen before, it can be a bit temperamental with the VCA. So before, let's see what our peak was.
So tell me,
So peaking at 10.7 previously for that first little phrase. Let's have the compressor back on.
so tell me,
Of course, nearly a dB over. So we're just going to take that extra dB of gain back down,
so tell me,
and we're right back in the ballpark we were. Perfect.
so tell me,
And I actually don't think we need the extra gain there at all. I think we can let that vocal sit back a little bit. And something I'm hearing now is maybe that we can compress the drums a little bit harder in line with everything else.
so tell me, I need to know.
So that little bit of compression is helping the vocals stick together. They're all a little bit loud, like we can hear it really well, the whole portion of the track. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to turn my monitoring right down. And the reason we do that, so the track's just barely audible, and I'm probably going to bring the vocals down a few dB here in line with everything else.
So tell me,
So for you, it'll be the same level right now. But for me, it's really quiet. And the reason being is if I bring the vocals too low, they'll disappear. And that is a nicer balance, just minus 2 dB.
is there something you could show? My thoughts in my mind. So tell me, I need to know who are we?
Yeah, I think that's a nicer balance personally. Now I'm going to pop an EQ on here and I'm going to do the same trick of making sure there's no nasty low end,
So tell
which there is.
I need to know.
Now we can see she's got tones all the way down to nearly 100 hertz. So we're actually going to roll it off right up to sort of 80, but we don't want to lose any of those nice fundamentals that roll through there. And if we adjust the Q to sort of about 75-ish, somewhere to 80, it's usually nice and flat. Leave it as a more gentle roll off on the vocal.
So tell me, I need to know who are we? Is there something you could show? My thoughts.
Now I'm just gonna have a sweep around the re to 10K area. I think we're probably gonna dip a little bit of 4K and actually bring a little bit of 6K up. It just seems ever so harsh there, maybe like some sort of shines missing. I might again use the tube, the Pultec, to lift the top up after taking out some of this, but we'll have a listen. I could well be wrong.
So tell me, I need to know who are we? Is there something you could show? Oh.
That's fine. So it's more around the 3K region. It's just a littlest dip there, just about 2 dB.
So tell me, I need to know.
It's a really nice shine right around there. Going to be what, about 6K. I think what we'll actually do is use the high shelf on here, bring it down like that. We're just going to give about 3 dB a lift in that.
So tell me, I need to know.
There's just some like really harsh type noises. We're going to take that band we just switched off here. They're right around 10K, so quite narrow. Just dial that section back down to where it was.
So tell me, I need to know. So
It's right around here.
need to know. Need to know. Need to know. Need to know. Need to know.
Cool. And another way we could catch those sorts of things is to use the de-esser, but I will do that on the individuals, which we're going to start diving into now. And we're going to start with the center one just here.
Tell me, so tell me.
And one of the first things I'm going to get on here is in fact a de-esser. Cool. Now this is the de-esser 2 plugin. It works a little bit like a compressor, except you're finding it over a specific range. So you've got 2 filter types here, like a high pass or an actual like band filter, and then you set the frequency of that band filter here. If we put a filter solo on, then we can just hear the issues, and we're going to try and catch some of those S's and bits that pop through.
So tell me,
I think they're actually quite high up in this.
so tell me,
That's with the filter on. So we can actually see it catch. So here,
so tell me,
it's capturing them and taking them down a bit. However, it's really taking a lot out.
so tell me, so tell me,
So in context,
so tell me, so tell me.
so hopefully you can hear that the so sticks through a hell of a lot more. This just takes it down just that S like sound, or just that little bit.
So tell me, so tell me,
It's still a little bit much.
so tell me, so tell me, so tell me, so.
And again, this is the loudest section of the vocal, so it shouldn't be damaging or negatively impacting any of the other areas.
I can't get too far.
It is kicking in, but barely even noticeable. Now, these side takes,
I can't get too far.
they're the same performance, same mic down at the same time. I will put the de-esser right at the start of the chain just to suppress those as well.
I can't get.
So let's listen to that phrase that had the S's in right at the start here, in context with all of them being de-essed.
So tell me,
It still seems really harsh, doesn't it? But in context of a track,
so tell me, so tell me,
it's just less impactful now.
so tell me. I need to know who are we? Is this something you could show?
Alright, so still working on these main sections. I'm going to get an EQ on each one. I don't think they really need any correction, but there can maybe be some improvements made, and we can maybe find anything that needs to come out. But for the most part, I feel that they sound good. So let's solo the center one. That's what we're going to work on first.
So tell me,
Now, we've got loads of lowing going on, but remember, we've actually got rid of that at the bus stage anyway, so don't need to worry about it, but we will just stick on a low pass and we can just bash it in at 40, and we know it's taken care of at both stages. And then we know that's taken care of at both stages.
so tell me,
Let's do a bit of a sweep.
I need to know who are we?
So something I'm hearing is a little bit of a lift around 800 is actually maybe going to do this quite nice, especially on this middle vocal. And we won't necessarily need that on the side, but just there, that actually worked really quite nice. And I think it would again benefit to use Vintage Collection and use the Tube EQ. And what we can do on here is we can dial this to around the 800 marker on the low peak. We can actually peak it like this by a few dB.
So tell me, I need to know,
Let's take a busier section.
is this something you could show? Oh, is this something you could show? Oh, is this something you?
It makes the vocal feel a little bit more upfront. So let's just try it in context. I'm still going to have the sides muted.
Is this something you could show? Is this something? I need to know. Is this
does just help lift the vocal in there a little bit. And we'll leave the channel EQ on. We'll take that bump out and just leave it cut there. Something that's becoming evident as we work on this is the piano is a little bit loud now. And what we can do to sort of negate that is quite simply just turn it down a little bit. It's currently at what, minus 1.4. We'll just take another dB out. So we'll just do minus 2.5, just a little bit lower than it was. Notice how I decided to take that down instead of bring anything else up. Generally always going to be bringing things down at this stage. We're going to be close to our headroom as it is. We always want to be sort of reducing and taking things away, unless we're really going to do a bit of an EQ boost to add a bit of feel to something. Even then we can cut other areas and bring the level up that way. And on the sides, I'm going to bring the tube EQ over as well. What I could hear the sides really benefiting from, and just make sure we turn these low peaks back down, is a lift probably around the 1K region. So up in this top section here, we've got the high bandwidth and like the high frequency. I'm going to bring that right down to sort of 1K on both of these. Bring the bandwidth up to sort of 3-ish, so it's not just this narrow spike. And we're going to be extreme. We're going to go to sort of 6 dB. That should make it really stick out. And then if that's too much, we can just work our way backwards from there. Okay, so what's going on now? We've got all of the sort of body and weight is in the middle vocal with that like 800 lift and just the way it's been treated. And then we've got an extra little high end difference on these ones that are panned hard left and hard right. So if we were to listen to it in solo, it's really quite harsh and thin. If we listen to this one, it's got loads of body to it. But when we put them all together, it really does make sense in our ears. We've got all that weight in the middle, and then the big stereo effect is kind of like the thinner aspects. So that's all working together pretty nicely for us. Now, a lot of these effects here, they're all actually really nicely balanced already, which has worked out well. That's why we've been careful with our gain staging and planning it as we go ahead. I think the only thing I would like to do is just maybe adjust the balance slightly of the higher one, which is feeling that sticking out just a little bit too much when everything's together. I literally just want to bring it down to maybe -7 where the others are at -5. It just stops that kind of, not quite a piercing tone, but it just balances it out that there's not this extra bit of high end in there. You might agree, you might disagree, but that's what I'm going to roll with. We also need to check out the extra little bits here that we put in. Now, we built these and we were very careful to make sure we got some sensible levels.
I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what
they all seem good, and like they don't need compression, they don't need EQ. They've been sent to some effects, and obviously we bounce them out as effects with like straight into stereo, straight into audio. That's good. Yeah, I think we're pretty much there at this point. Last thing to do here is have a good listen through and see if anything sticks out overall. And we're going to turn off any elements that wouldn't necessarily want to be in there. So if we turn off the piano, for example, all the strings are already taken away. Got all of our main elements in focus now.
Can you tell me what we are? I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are?
And listening through, we're in a good position. The next thing that we really need to look at now is the piano, which mainly is a level thing, definitely some compression. I know we've done lots with the velocities, but at this point, let's compress it, let's control dynamics that way. Probably a touch of EQ as well, but for the most part, we are very close. All right, so these last two elements, really, we want to be getting the piano in. Yeah, we know it sounds good. We use that cheeky preset we already have made. We've already got some compression on it. I'm thinking probably just going to actually compress it a little bit harder. I'm just going to push the ratio up from 2 to 2.5. Just control those dynamics a little bit more. And yeah, it's going to take out quite a bit in places, but it's what we need for it to sit in the track. Now there's no element where it's really getting lost. I do think we can lift it up just a little bit more. We're just going to use the high shelf from sort of 6K or so. Just give it a little bit more of a lift up like that, just about 1.5 dB, just to give it some shine on those higher notes. It's not really going to affect the chords massively, but the melody. Helping it shine a little bit more. It doesn't look like there's any low end down there, but we're not going to take any risk with it. Leave it on 24 slope. We can bring it right up to 50. I think we've brought the vocals down just a little bit too much. I'm literally going to add 0.5 dB back. I think that's pretty much all we really needed there. A little bit more control on the piano with the compression, bringing it back a little dB. Vocals just up half a decibel. Oddly enough, you get to this point, it does start to make a difference. Last thing is get this bed of strings sat in, really. And then we're going to go to a stage that's going to probably drive you insane, which is where we're going to reference another mix. All we've done here is get our balance and fix problems. And we're then going to start listening to something else and seeing how we can really improve it. So, vocal melody section. So the violin melody section is where we put all the strings in together. We EQ'd our whole string section before when we built it. I think we're probably going to have to compress it to control it a little bit, even though we've done it all with MIDI, just to gel it all together. The similar effect as before, just a couple of dB of compression to control it. Yeah, and we're going to use that as well as our gain control. So we're going to use the Platinum Digital because we want to keep it nice and clean. And again, auto gain off, auto release is fine. The attack here can be quite quick, so we've got those staccato elements coming in. Probably about 3:1 on the ratio, and let's just dial the threshold back. On the makeup gain, I'm actually going to go the other way. I'm going to take it down another 3 dB. Okay, now as the strings are really a bed for the vocals to sit on, we're going to do something a little bit different here to get the strings out of the way, but keep them present as well. So we're going to go to the individual ones and balance them ever so slightly as well. We're going to bring the chord bed down quite a bit further. It's at 1.4 at the minute. I'm going to bring it all the way down to sort of -4. I want the viola melody to be a little bit louder, so I'm actually just going to zero that off. I'm going to bring the staccato down to -2. Okay, and we're going to have a look at using a match EQ on the string bus now that I've got a balance I like a little bit more. You can hear the melodies just sitting in the background and the chords being dropped a few dB. They give more of a bed for everything to sit on, but they still get in the way quite a bit. So I'm going to try out the match EQ. This might not work, but it's a way that we can use a match EQ that can be dead useful. So what we want our current, which is going to be our strings. So we're going to solo the strings here. What we've done here, we've hit learn, we've played the strings in, and it's given like a capture of the strings. These are the main like frequencies. This is where all the strings are sitting. Now, if we look at our vocal, we know our vocal's got like fundamentals right around 200 and all the details in this area that it's battling with the strings quite a lot. So we want our reference now. So what we're going to do, we're going to get a sidechain. We're going to go to audio. We're going to take one of the main vocal sections. Show me vocals only should be about right. Now if we solo the vocals,
Tell me, I need, tell me,
so now we can record it from the vocals.
need to know, who are we?
Okay, so we've learnt what we need from there. So we've now got our current, our reference, and we're going to hit match, and that's our EQ curve. You're thinking like, what the hell is that, right? Well, the first thing we need to do is address this top and tail. We definitely don't need that going. We fade extremes, and then we can use these little sliders here and fade these right off. We know we want to work in this main section here. So we've got these little handles here. We're just going to kind of zip those away like so. Oops, like so. And now, you know, we could boost like that, but we want to cut like this. And this should give us the space for the vocal to be in place with the strings.
Tell me, I need to know.
Yeah, so now we're just cutting the frequencies where the vocals play on the strings, but this is obviously too much, minus 30. We just need to do it by sort of maximum 3 or 4 dB just to get a nicer balance.
Tell me, I need to know. Who are
So they're really fighting here.
Is there something you could show? Tell me.
They just balance much better together now.
Tell me. I need to know. Who are Is there something you could show? Tell me.
All right, so for the most part, that is our problem fixing and mixing done. So in the next stage, we are going to be referencing, and I'm going to show you some ways that we can use another track, listen to it, and reference that material to help improve our mix and really get it to that final stage. Okay, so let's have a look at this referencing thing that I mentioned. Now, the first thing I'm going to suggest is if you're going to go down this road and you can afford a plugin, there is a particular plugin that I massively recommend. It just makes this a lot easier. It's called Magic AB. Now, I got a really old version of it. There's a way updated version of this now, but I'm still using this one. Basically, it's got tracks in it here preloaded that I would like to reference to. I can choose the track. A is my track, B is that track. I can match the overall level and set a loop, so I can very easily
Nothing ever changed in a minute.
compare them side by side.
Just another lick of fuel embrace for a minute, girl.
Switch between different tracks.
We got structure. The way you move in my music flow. Got structure. You better believe that.
But, you know, you don't need it, but I do massively recommend it. You'll use it loads as you go forward. So let's get rid of that for the minute. The way that we can do this otherwise is we're going to need a blank audio track. So let's pop a new audio track in here. Just going to get audio and that in there. You can stick it right at the top, right at the bottom, completely up to you. For argument's sake right now, we'll stick it up the top. Let's just rename it Ref. And I've got a folder here. These are my two references that I use. These are taken from the CD, so they're in high quality WAV at 44.1. And we're going to take Plastic World from Pendulum. We're going to stick that up the top here. And what we're going to do is take a key chunk of that track that we want to listen to over and over and reference. Then what we can do is we're going to take the gain down. I think it's about 12 dB for this, usually, to keep it in a similar sort of vein. And then very simply, if you hold Option and click Solo, we can hear that, just that track. If we now do the same thing, so here we can listen to our track. If we then hold Option and click Solo, it will solo just this for us. that's a bit quiet. So let's just change the level again, make it about -9.
Is this something
And you're just going to A and B between them. And what you're not listening for the differences in the track, you're listening for the differences in the overall tone. So you're not really listening for differences in the track, you're listening to it as a whole. Like, does the snare sit out a lot more in that track? Has it got a lot more high end? Now, what I'm hearing straight away comparing these two is that my track's lacking a lot of high end clarity, sort of 1K through to 4-5K. It's got a lot less clarity and punch in there. So I know that now I need to start going through and adjusting things in my mix that are going to give that extra like punch and clarity through. And we'll do that with boosting EQs and maybe adjusting some levels. Now, this track's got a massive kick and a huge snare. Mine doesn't, but we're listening for that overall balance of the mix. Yeah, my kick's a lot louder. There's a lot more low end weight, which you wouldn't expect. But that's something else that we can maybe balance out, which might help us improve that high end punch and that clarity. That's how that's coming through. And that's what we're going to be doing as we go through referencing tracks here. Now, another trick we can use to get an idea of really what those areas are, and we'll do this now to see if I got this right in terms of that low end and the high end clarity, is use that match EQ trick again. But this time we're just going to put it on the master bus. Going to get match EQ. Going to go current, which is going to be our track. And what we want to do really is go through the biggest part of our track that we're going to be referencing and trying to match. And then we're going to do the same thing but for the reference tune. So hit learn, let it go. So now we're going to have a match between the two. And I can see straight away, I mentioned the high end sort of 1K through. So straight away it's telling me I need to boost that. Now the low end can generally be ignored because it's going to be in a different key and things like that. So we could narrow that right down, bring it up like this. But something like that as an EQ curve is what I'm going for. But I'm going to go to my individual channels to give it those kind of boosts and adjustments. But you could cheat and just do this. So that is actually really improving my mix, isn't it? It's way overdone, so let's maybe dial it back so it's just a few dB. But we've now got that reference there that we know we've got that to work to, and that's the kind of thing we need to improve in our tracks. So lots of high end, and we've definitely got some stuff going on like around between 1K and 500 we don't need, and then a bit below 500 down to sort of 300 we don't need, but mainly this high end really bring that brightness out. That's going to help us fix our mix. So knowing what we know now, having used our reference, had to listen to it, and used our match EQ to create an EQ curve based on our mix and a reference mix, we can now go back and look to really enhance everything to get it to that final stage. Equally, we could just leave this match EQ on the end, but let's get the mix as good as possible before we do tricks like that. Now, I would usually leave my reference mix in all the way through and keep referencing it, but I have to ensure it's not in the final project that you are able to download. So we're going to be removing that now, but we've always got this match EQ that we can just leave on there, and I can just switch that on every now and then just to check that we're in kind of the right ballpark. I can now see visually the areas we need to improve, and obviously take note that we maybe need to adjust some of the low end as well and definitely bring that down a bit, even though the frequency point isn't relevant. So on that note, one of the first things that we'll look at is the low end. And what's more than likely is that my kick is going to be a little bit louder than necessary. So we're going to highlight the long section here, and we're just going to look to balance a little bits like that out. So we've got the break that's got a bit of a kick in. And we've obviously got kick 1 and 2. It's more than likely going to be kick 1. It's going to be the issue. But it could certainly be the combination of 1 and the break. Now, we never addressed the break with EQ, so let's pop an EQ on and just have a look at what's going on with the kick. And then let's have a look at kick 1 next to it. So the break kicks just sort of like one note really below this. We've got 80 to 100 here and 60 to 80 over here. So they're not conflicting with each other really or anything like that. We can certainly make sure that we roll off this, just isolate it a little bit. And I think we can just take kick 1 down to probably minus 6 dB and make sure the kick's not getting lost, but just going to dial that back just a touch. And the kick's still nice and prominent in the mix. We're still in a good place there. Now there's no fancy way that I know of in Logic to like isolate a band in your whole mix, but something that you can do here if you're not sure what you need to maybe adjust in your mix. So let's have a look here. Now this 200 Hertz bump, I'm not too fussed about. This 200 Hertz bump here, this is probably going to be like our snare. We're going to bring that out a little bit more. But something we need to look at is this 500 to 1K region that it's taking out from us here. So what we could do here is very simply just make this little filter like so. And now we can have a listen to just that area in our whole track. And now we can really hear what's in there. If we look on here, we've got some spikes coming out right up here. It's going to be in the vocal more than likely, right? And the piano. So now that we know that and what's in there, we can switch that off on the master and we can look to go and tackle those things in the mix themselves. So we know the piano is right in that kind of region. So we could bring up the EQ and we actually already have a bit of a dip around here already, but we also know that now we probably need to take out something around sort of this region here. Okay, so we've addressed the piano a little bit in that area. We can just have a look and listen around here. Okay, so that is likely going to be the similar to the band we've got here. Okay. So we can really prominently hear the bass there. So we could go to the EQ on our bass and just know that we need to dial it down a touch here as well. It's likely going to be that frequency just there, look. Let's control that. I think something else we can do, there's lots and lots of high end being added here. And if we now continue to roll out some of the areas we've fixed here, we can have a listen to what this is adding. It's making a big difference to the vocals, definitely. Have a look at the EQ on the vocals, and we've got a bit of a lift, but we could be maybe quite a bit more dramatic at like 5K. Let's put a great big lift in like this. So great big, about 3 dB, I reckon. See how we feel about that. Yeah, and I think that has improved it as well. And the other place I'm really noticing it is the drums. On the second EQ here, we already have a big lift again. Do we dare push it a little bit further? What I'd maybe do is bring another point in, and I'd have a listen for the best section here. So let's solo the drums out. That's quite nice lifting it around that sort of region. We'll just give that another little bump, just a couple more dB. Okay, now we've lifted up the whole vocals here. The tube EQ and the DSs aren't doing the same job they were, so we're just going to have a quick look at the DSs. Probably put the threshold up to just like 3 dB, just on the sides, not on the main vocal. The main vocal still seems all right.
So tell me.
But the sides are now sounding a bit weak.
So tell me.
That's better.
So tell me.
I think as well we can bring the sides down a couple more dB, just 2 more there. And as a result, the overall vocal can come back up half a dB on the bus. Let's have a listen. Now I'm going to compress the vocal a little bit more than we were before. That's setting quite nicely now. So just because we've lifted it up, we're just trying to get this new balance. So what I'd do here is I'd now pause again, I'd check the reference again, I'd redo the match EQ as well, and just keep rinsing and repeating until we really start building that up. So let's go over that whole process and do it again. All right, so I've just done the new match EQ and we can see we're closer. It's kind of a flatter response overall now. Some of these are really specific parts of the mix. Quite a bit around here that can maybe go away, and a bit on the bass side again, but that's fine. What we definitely need to adjust a little bit is sort of the subs and in the release. So on the actual bass channel itself at this point, I would actually just be looking to reduce the lower harmonics down. So what we'll do is we'll take the bass channel. Just look at this guy here. We're going to get the slope roughly on this lower end. Before we start to get to the kick, it's going to be around the 100. Quite a steep slope. And just dip it down by about 3 dB. I usually work in increments of 3 dB because that's logarithmically a good system to work in terms of loudness. And we'll just shave off the absolute lows as well. Looking at this, it's ending around 30. We'll take this up to 27. Won't be anything there that we need. That should help us round that off just a little bit more. We've just taken out the subs. Now we could go into the Alchemy patch and the ES2 patch and do them that way, but in this case we're just going to work on the bus and just use the EQ for that purpose there. Now the other thing, we've lifted up a bit of the piano in a nice place. We've lifted up vocals in a nice place for them. We've lifted up the drums in a nice place for them. What I think we could make use of as well is the bed of strings. Now it's quite quiet sitting in the background, but I think we can really lift up the high end of it and have it shine through quite a bit more. At the moment it's taking out lots here. What we could do is actually roll it off a bit more here and try and bring some back in that way. So let's highlight the busy section. Let's put a bit of reverb back on that vocal. I'm just going to use the automation just to bring some reverb back into that vocal as well. I think it's losing a bit of its space. So we'll use the automation lane here, just have it somewhere around here. Now we've lifted up all of the vocals. I'm kind of against what we did with the tube EQ. I'm going to leave those disabled for now.
Is this something you could show? So tell me.
I'm going to really increase the release on the vocal.
Is this something you could show? Is this something
this back a bit on the strings and have that high end back.
So tell me,
We're going to keep the 2K taken away.
I need to know the worry. Is this something you could show?
I'm going to give these three here just 1 dB of gain change. So everything's at -3 at the minute. Just going to change it to -2 just to help them lift up a little bit more without compressing everything else.
So tell me, I need to know the worry. Is this something you could show? Is this something you could show? I need to know.
That is sounding pretty good. Let's try it with the match EQ off again.
So tell me, I need to know the worry. Is this something you
Yeah, I don't like the tube EQ anymore. We're just going to leave them there, just disable them for the time being.
could show? So tell me, I need to know.
Overall in the mix, I'm going to bring up the Bluebird kit. We've got -1.4. I'm going to just bring it all the way up to 0. You know, it's purely high-end content. I think it's going to help lift everything up a little bit more. It's too much. Okay, so in this section where the shaker comes through, it's just too much. But in the other sections, it's quite nice. So we need to control just that high end on here. So the way, or a way that we can do that is with the multipressor. So if we go into dynamics, we're going to grab the multipressor here. It's basically 4 compressors. We're going to find where that shaker is and just tell it to control just that area. I could go into each individual bit and do it with the different velocities, but we're going to control this with mixing. So let's solo the kit out. We can solo the bands out in here as well. It's mainly going to be here, right? So we're going to bring the threshold down like we would for anything else. We've got a ratio here. And we want to hear that shaker get caught, right? Like that. Let's go to about 3.2 on the ratio. All right, 3.6. It's now really controlling that shaker, but it also catches the crash quite a lot. Let's see. Crash still comes through pretty nicely otherwise. And it's just controlling that a bit more for us. Now we could bring the overall level back up and compress it even harder. Add a little bit of gain back. that's quite nice. Let's try the auto again. Way, not at all. That's nicely controlled now. EQ now is brightening up too much, so we no longer really need that. We're getting really close to what we want to be at. Don't need our channel EQ anymore. Mono test. Okay, so one of the last things we're going to do here is just have a full listen through our track. Make sure we don't hear anything that's glaring and out the way. Just going to go all the way to the end here and just wrap this up to the end. And, let's just play through, and I'm going to be listening for anything I think might need adjusting mix-wise, but I think we're going to be pretty much there. And then we'll look at formatting it out, arrangement, and then potentially mastering as well. Happy days. All in all, I am pretty damn happy with that. We're sounding good. What we need to look at what we'd really look at now is I'm going to show you how to make up a nice arrangement section, and that track runs at 4 minutes 30 seconds. If we wanted to make that a radio edit, we've got to cut a solid minute out of that. So I'll also show you how in the same session I'll make my radio edits and move things around, and then we'll look at getting a finished like tune ready to be sent out and played out and essentially mastered. All right, so this is where things are going to get probably a little bit strange compared to what other people have maybe shown you, or even what the sort of process you thought I would go through. So what I'm actually going to do now, just hold Option and just do the mouse so we can just have a really, really small compressed version of this. We're going to do Command and A to select the entire track, and I am going to drag off and make a copy of the whole thing, and we're going to copy absolutely everything. So now I've got a second edit of the whole track. I'm going to push that along and we'll just start it there at 225. So we've got a nice break, and we're going to move all the automation with it. So we've now got my original, and now we've got any edit that I make. And the reason I do this all in one project, there's no mixing or anything needs to be done. We've just got the original built as it was, mixed everything. Any edits we make over here as our second project to go out. Now, the way that I arrange everything is I build a simple arrangement in Logic. There's this tab just here, got Show Hide Global Tracks. You can also tap G to bring it up. In here, we've got one called Arrangement. We're going to add in some arrangement tabs. Each time we drop one of these tabs in, it's going to link to the section of music below it. So for example, if we were to drag this to here, it's going to be the first 8 bars, and it's going to call itself intro. Look, I'm just going to go through the whole track and do that in different sections. Now, I'm not that bothered about the names. You might want to name them out as exactly as they should be. What I do is just break them out into sensible sections of what they are. For the most part, we've written this song in 16s, just with that little 8 extra intro there. I mean, really, the intro is a 16, but it's got 2 definitive sections. We'll split that up. You see now that it's just putting outro in over and over. Like I said, I'm not overly bothered by the names of them. And the outro, we'll just run that all the way to there. So it captures the whole lot. Probably won't ever have to move that around. We'll do a blank one just here. And then we're going to do the same thing again. So what this lets us do is quickly move things around in the project without having to like copy and paste and figure out where everything's going to go. So for example, let's say I wanted this section here to play before this section. Well, I can literally just grab this, drag it over to here, make sure it's in the right position, let it go, and it will flip those around for me. So I can now have it as if we start with a big re section and we go into the smaller section. Or I can have it back the way it was originally. You know, if I wanted to try having this breakdown in the middle, I can hold Option, I can drag it over and stick it in here, and it's going to make a duplicate of that breakdown, so we can have this section end. And it gives us the breakdown again. So we've just got lots of options for very quickly rearranging things and potentially breaking it down. Now, if we do them in smaller sections as well, we can also obviously do that. So for example, we could stretch this so it's now just going to be this 8-bar section, and I could just move that part around instead. So I could switch it so maybe that goes as the end into the breakdown.
Is there something you could show? All you left me were scars.
And what I would do is move this and arrange this around to create any edits of tracks that I might need to do, such as something like a radio edit. Now, to create a radio edit, you generally want to be within the 3.5 minute range. Now, we know that the song finishes at about 4.5, right? 4:40. So we've got to cut a little over a minute off and really condense that down to make it into, say, a radio edit. So we'd look at the sections that we want to, or that we could remove to do that. What we could maybe do is take away the intro section, for example, and just have it start like this.
Can you tell me what we are?
And probably remove these sections where it gradually builds up. Even though they work, we would put these vocals over in this section and like remove a good chunk of the track just to really condense it down and make sure we've got the key punches that are going to roll in like a radio mix. So let's do that. And remember, any edits we make, it doesn't matter. We've still got our original over here on the left. So we are going to purge all of the intro section. We're just going to select literally all of that right up to that point. We're going to erase. We don't even want you. So now our track starts here.
Can you tell me what we are?
That's a long intro still.
Oh, you left me one scar. Oh, you
And we don't want to delete the automation. We do want to delete you. Now we're still going to have a long intro because this was like a whole 16 bar build up.
oh, you left me one scar.
What hasn't copied over for us though is the automation for the drums. We can see that at the start here. Now we can copy that over relatively easy. What we can do is see that marked as our start point. Just press T. We're going to use the marquee tool to select these drums out like so. Just double tap T and we can just drag them along, stick it back in the right point like so.
Oh, you left me.
Stick it back at the right point like so. Remember, we've just deleted 8 bars, so got that fade off at the start.
Oh, you left me.
And we've got that back in.
Can you tell me what
We are going to purge this section here, go straight into the big reese and the build up of the strings. What we definitely want to keep are the vocals and the crash. So we can use the crash as our line. That goes boom right on that point there. So we can select all of those and we're going to bring that over in line with these. That's going to keep our vocals in time and the crash and everything else in time. We're definitely going to move any automation lanes we had. And now we want to purge this section out. So we split this into 16s before. We need to add another section in here. What you can do, you can break it down into like 4 bars, 8 bars, small chunks, whatever you need. But I'll show you something that we can do anyway. Our scissors tool works here anyway. So we could just put a slice there, double tap T again, and just drag it like so. And with that section highlighted, if we hit delete, it's going to purge the whole lot, and tap it again, and it snaps it together for us. So now,
can you tell me what we
again, we've got rid of that section. We've reduced our track size down. Happy days, right? Nice and easy to do as well. So I think we'll do a similar thing with this section over here. And we've got no vocals in there. It's not carrying the track on. It's not being a super condensed version that we've got. We're going to keep the crash in though. We like that nice signal point. It's the only thing to really move over and keep. Do the same thing over here. So we're going to go T and I. Just put a slice in there. Double tap T. Drag it along. And we're going to purge this section here. So highlight it. Tap backspace again, purges the whole lot for us. Tap it again, boom, joins them together. So we've now got a much shorter, much more concise track. We've trimmed, 16, we've trimmed 24 bars, I think, so far. And we can just check that everything flows nicely. You know, there might be some little tweaks we have to do, like automation and things might have shifted slightly, or something might not be bang on point anymore because it's cut the audio, but you know, for the most part, trimmed it down nice and easy. And we've still got our original edit right here, this edit here. There's no mixing to do. There's no adjustments really that need to be made. We've just managed to cut the track down and have a radio edit built in at the same session here. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and finish this and make a radio edit and everything because I'm not releasing the song. This project's going out to you guys. I just want to show you the theory and the practice, and I'll leave it in there as an example so you can dive in there and try it out yourselves. All right, so in this phase, we're going to be kind of mastering the track. Really, what I want you to be able to do is get tracks that sound really great for you to pop up in places like SoundCloud and Audio Mac and things like that. You can get really great sounds out of stock Logic, but there are other options out there, like Isotopes, Ozone 9, something that I use massively. And if I'm ever doing my own like digital releases, I do use that pretty heavily. But to get something that's like SoundCloud ready and like top quality demo level, we can do that in Logic with a few tools. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim this at getting something ready to go out on a digital streaming platform. So it's going to be aimed at like Spotify's guidelines, which is a good bet for things like SoundCloud and other services, YouTube, things like that. They all sit in a very similar scope, with Spotify being the most clear that you can really follow as a guideline. However, if you're looking to get your track released commercially, if you're working with a label, they'll probably handle mastering. If you're looking to do it yourself, I really do advise sending it off to a mastering engineer, just somebody else to listen through your music and listen objectively. You've spent loads of time working on it. All those little changes and things you've made, they build up over time. You don't hear them anymore. Someone else having a fresh listen, they've got a good perspective on it, and hopefully it's what they do a lot of their time. So in our case, the project itself, we're just going to work on the stereo out bus. Now, what we need to check is to make sure we've got plenty of headroom. Now, I've guided this so that we've been using our gain staging, and we've always worked by reducing things away rather than adding all the time. So we should have plenty of headroom to work with this. Just check that out. So we've taken everything off of the stereo bus and just got a gain left on there for the time being, and that's muted. We just want to see in our busiest section what we're peaking at.
Oh, you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are?
Cool, so playing through there, loudest point, we've got peaks minus 3.1 dB of headroom, with our average being somewhere between like 6 and 9. But our absolute loudest peak, well away from clipping, so we've got plenty of room to work with even at the loudest point there, which is great. There's a couple of plugins we are going to want to have on our chain, and gain's going to be one of them. And it's not for me to adjust the gain or the balance. It's purely there as that mono check as we go and do the rest of our mixing. Now in Logic, we also want to go into metering, and we are going to grab the loudness meter. We're going to want a limiter. Now, the limiter is going to be the last effect in our chain before we go to the gain and the loudness, because the gain and the loudness are there as measurements and checks at the end of our effects. On the adaptive limiter, we shouldn't need the DC offset, but we will want to have true peak detection switched on. We're going to add right at the top of the chain, Q, below it, compressor. Then just in between that compressor and the limiter, we're also going to make use of the match EQ. All right, so the EQ, first off, I'm going to do something that might be unexpected. Remember right at the start, I did a top and tail where I just cut everything off. So while I was working, I wasn't worrying about rogue low end and high end. But we're actually going to do a similar thing here as well. We're going to top this off straight away. We're going to leave it at 20K, and it's going to be a nice harsh slope. It's going to be one of the first things that we apply. We're doing the same thing here on the low end. We're going to go to a 24 dB slope there as well, and leave it down at 20 Hertz. Now, the reason we're doing this, we're going to go to a low quality format and we're going to go to WAV, but when we go to a website, it's going to become a lower quality format. Things like noise get added right up in the high end. There's lots of distortion that's added. Now that's all going to add up into effectively your headroom and effectively the overall loudness measurement. So we actually want to make sure there's nothing above or below our 20 Hertz and our 20 kilohertz range. We just want to cut those off nice and quickly at that point. And my reference track that I use actually has a slope more something like this, where it's actually rolling off a lot of the high end. I find it's okay to leave it all there, and I like to have that extra bit of shine, but it's interesting to know that that is the case in some cases. We can do any kind of broad stroke EQ here we think we might need as well. And that's where we're just going to play the whole track just on a loop like this and have a listen through and make any subtle EQ adjustments. I give myself a limit when doing mastering EQ of 1.5 dB in any kind of gain and any kind of subtraction around 3 dB because we want to be really subtle. I also keep the Q high so we've got nice broad curves if we do anything at all.
All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are? Oh
Cool, so we've just made a really subtle lift here. I just found this nice space about 1430 Hertz that just need a nice lift. And something here is a little bit boxy, just very gentle curve out. And that is all I feel we need to touch right there. Now, compression wise, we are going to probably compress ever so slightly. What's important now, we're going to get the loudness meter up. It's our LUFS meter just here. And we've got a target of -14 LUFS. That's going to be a target aim for Spotify on our integrated LUFS counter. So we can just bring this slider up here to -14. We're going to hit start. And now when we play, it's going to work out our integrated LUFS. And our integrated LUFS show up here over on the right-hand side under the I.
Is there something you could show? All my thoughts in my mind.
And I've just dialed that in by ear there by having a really fast attack and release and then just effectively moving the attack so I can hear the drums start getting through. Like the kick was getting completely suppressed and then it started to get through nicely. And done a similar thing with the release so you can hear the compression hold on the drum. So that's the main thing I wanted to glue together just there. And the makeup gain, I've actually dialed it back just the tiniest amount and left the release on auto as well. So it will fluctuate around this 48 milliseconds. That's not going to be hard and fast. And I've used the Studio FET purely because I like using the Studio FET a lot. If you get a result you're after with one of the other compressors by doing the same dialing it in, completely fine. Just have the gain plugin up now. Just going to quickly some to mono. Everything's still there. Cool. Okay, so now for the match EQ, what I'm going to do, instead of bringing the track back in, I'm going to use the plugin I used before, but you know the process now to bring in the track, or you can have saved your match EQ profile. In fact, what I will do in this project for you is I will save you a match EQ profile, so you've then got it usable for other projects based off of the pendulum track here. So let's learn our reference. What we'll do, this reference for the EQ will be saved here within this project. We'll just get rid of Magic AB. Let's get our reference. And like before, go to the EQ curve, hit match, and we've got our nice matching curve there. Looks like I was right about taking out some of those areas, but that's done it much more. So do our fade extremes. We definitely don't need those big low end adjustments, that's for sure. Probably right the way up to sort of 200 hertz ranges are actually okay. We can fade it off quite gently. And similarly at the high end, be quite subtle with that. And I'll dial this back. Remember, so this is 5 dB of change across here. I want to be at least half that, somewhere around there. Really subtle. So I'm pretty damn close with this mix, which is nice to see. And we're going to smooth it off. So the smoothing slider at the bottom here is going to stop that being such like a bumpy looking EQ, and it's going to smooth it out a bit more like so. There it is without. That's nice with it in. And that's almost the last thing. So on the limiter, we're going to a streaming platform. What's recommended by Spotify is to have at least 1 dB of headroom. Seems crazy. If we were going to CD, we'd do something like 0.1 to 0.3. For a streaming platform where it's going to be converted, they like minus 0.1 on the out ceiling. It's going to take that gain away, leave true peak detection on. Look ahead of 50 milliseconds should be okay. Or we can apply the optimal 20 millisecond. We're going to bring up our loudness meter. You can see that we're at an integrated at the minute of minus 17.5. We want to try and get that so that our busiest point is maybe a little bit above minus 14, and we're sort of averaging minus 14. So let's reset. Now we're going to push the gain back. So adding 9.5 in gain overall. That's very similar to some limiters you'll see, like you pull the threshold down. Basically, we gain it up into there and push it into the ceiling. That is how this particular limiter works. We're going to reset our integrated again and test it over that section. So we're a little bit hot now, so we're probably going to take it down to 8.5. That's going to be our happy medium there. We'll reset our integrated again. so we can see it's pushed beyond 14, but during this breakdown section, we might find we get that full decibel back, so our average is still going to be where we want it to be, even though we push that section to be a little bit louder. There we go, so we're back in that ballpark as an average. It's going to actually dip below. So this is the average that we're after. This lets us push it a little bit more on those louder sections, because we've got a section that's turned down quite a bit. We've gained back half a dB over time here.
All my thoughts in my mind. Oh, I know I love you, but I can't see your
And we'd go through and we'd monitor the whole song through that process, aiming to get our average integrated at that -14 kind of area. Now you can see over a quieter period, we'll start to get it back a little bit. So if it does at some points ever so slightly push beyond 14, that's not a huge issue if you've got a quiet section coming up, because it's an average over the length of the song. And that's how Spotify is going to look at it as well. So if you've got like a full-on aggressive track right the way through, and then you try and really limit that, you're going to be pushing all the time. But if you've got nice ebbs and flows in your tracks, you can get some really loud moments out of it. So once we've got all of that set up and ready to go, we're obviously looking at bouncing out our tracks. You might have gone through the process and you've got multiple versions like me. Well, simply, we're just going to use the markers at the top to measure out where we want the track to go and how we're going to bounce it out. We're going to switch off gain, switch off loudness. Definitely don't need to be there. Command and B. And we're going to bounce out two versions. We're going to do a PCM and MP3. PCM, we're going to keep it in WAV or AIF, depends how you decide to work. I've always worked in WAV, so I stick with that. 24 bits, you've got your full dynamic range, even though you're limiting the track. Give the best quality file you possibly can. In my case, I worked in 44.1, so 44100 for your sample rate. If you worked in 96K or something like that for some reason, then you need to put it in that. File type interleaved. This means it's going to embed the left and right channel into a single WAV file rather than independent left and right. At this stage, we would potentially apply dithering as well. The dithering algorithms can sound slightly different depending on your track. I personally like the noise shaping options. Choose it, play it, maybe do all three and listen back to decide which one's your favorite. Just have a quick look at your start and end points, make sure they're correct. As you can see, the end point is where I did the loop to, which is why we just set that loop right off the bat. You've got two bounce down options, real time and offline. If you've got lots of sample libraries with round robin, real time might be better for you. Offline is generally going to be quicker. Include the audio tail, which means if you've got a delay or a reverb or something at the last note, it's going to just keep processing until it's got that complete thing done, and we don't need it to normalize. On MP3, we want it to be 320 kbps in both instances. You can use a variable bitrate if you would like, but if you go into sampling services and things like that, we're just using this to test out what an MP3 is going to perform like for us. So we're going to use the best encoding option. We are going to filter frequencies below 10 Hertz. So we talked about those extra frequencies beyond the spectrum. We have an option to do that here, but we put the EQ in anyway, just to be sure. And again, check your start and end points, real time or offline. Normalization needs to be off. You can add your ID3 tags here. If you're going to upload the MP3 for, say, download or something like that, you can add all of the information in here. So I could go to artist, for example, and we could go unders, and that's going to be embedded in that file, and we're going to hit OK to bounce them out. I'm just going to stick them on the desktop for the time being and let those bounces commence. And as we can see, it stopped at my marker there and now converting to MP3. That, guys, is it. So test your bounces out. What I do is just literally go to the file, press spacebar. It's going to bring it up here for us. Have a listen through. important on the MP3. You want to make sure there's no weird distortion or kind of clipping and things happening. That's why we've got that decibel of headroom, and that's why we do an MP3 just to test it. You get an idea of what's going to happen to the WAV. That sounds so much clearer. The very last thing, if you're providing an MP3 for people to download and maybe play out, one thing that I would adjust is on your limiter, instead of having the out ceiling at -1 dB, bring it to around 0.3. You're going to get that extra bit of headroom, and you might be able to push the gain a little bit harder. It's going to a club system as well, like you're using someone's going to play it out, or maybe you're going to play it out yourself and test the tune out. You can go a little bit harder than that -14 LUFS. Music for a club system and like CD in general is going to be compressed quite a bit harder. You'll definitely notice that on like Beatport downloads. So you want to push that a little bit harder, have a slightly more compressed sound, but really A and B it and make sure you're not taking all the life out of your music. But apart from those changes, guys, that pretty much wraps us up, and you've got your finished tracks exported. And I hope you enjoy deep diving into this project here. So let's wrap up on the final video.
Tell me what we are. I can't get too far. All you left me were scars. Can you tell me what we are? Oh, no, I love you, but I can't see you. So tell me, I need to know who are we? Is this something you could show? All my thoughts in my mind, they used to be so